Hello everyone, welcome to the demo of MERN Stack doctor appointment booking application. So here you can see this is the entry point of our application registration page. So here first you have to give your name, email and password and you have to register. Even if you are a doctor or a normal user, you have to register in this screen only. So now first I will show you the database. Here you can see this is my MongoDB database and this is my project Stay Healthy Udemy. So right now I have only one user, that is admin in the users collection. So the doctors is empty as well as the appointments is empty. So now we are going to do everything from the scratch. So now first I will create a new user in the application. So the name I am going to give is Satya. Email is satyaprakash195 at gmail.com. Password I am going to write 123456778. Now I am going to click on the register. Here you can see user created successfully. I got the message and I have been navigated to the login page. Now I can log in with the credentials which I have used for the registration. So I am going to log in with my same credentials 123456778. Login. Here you can see this is the dashboard of the logged in user interface. So at the top you will be having the header. In the header left side you will be having this cross icon which is used to collapse and expand the navbar, and at the right side you will be having the notification as well as the logged in user name. So this is the notifications, and here you can see this is the project logo, and bottom of the project logo you will be having the role. So in this application we will be having three different roles for the user. The first one will be normal user, second one will be doctor, and the third one will be admin. So right now we have not applied for the doctor, so that's the reason the role of the user will be normal user. Now here in this home page we don't have any doctors, that's the reason it is empty. If I go to appointments also, the appointments is empty. Now I am going to apply the doctor account from this profile Satya. Suppose I am a doctor, I want to apply the doctor account in this application. So the admin will check my details, and if he call me and if he email me if he want any credentials, so then he will confirm or reject my doctor account. Now I am going to put my credentials in this. So my first name is Satya, last name is Reddy, 9989649278 is my phone number, website satya.com. So the first section is about the personal information of the doctor. So address Hyderabad, India. Then we will be having the second section which is completely professional. Specialization cardiology, experience 8 years, fee per consultation 520, timings. So my work hours are from 8 to 16. Submit. Here you can see doctor account applied successfully. Now I will log out from this session. I will log in with the admin credentials. So whenever a user applies for the doctor account, the admin will receive a notification from that user like a user has been applied for the doctor account. Please check this profile and confirm whether it is acceptable or not. Now I am going to log in with admin credentials. shadmin@gmail.com. Password will be same. Login. Here you can see when I refresh, I will get the admin profile. So now in the admin we will be having home, users list, doctors list, profile and logout. So we need not to worry about the profile and logout. Let's go to the doctors. So if you observe the top header, I got the notification 1. That means there is one notification for the admin. If I click on this notification, I will be navigating to the notification screen. Here you can see I got the notifications. We'll be having two tabs, unseen, seen. So we can make it seen by clicking on this mark all as seen. So I got a notification like Satya Reddy has applied for the doctor account. So if I click on this, it will be taken to the doctors list. Here you can see the doctors list got highlighted in the menu. So in this doctors list, I can approve or reject the doctor account. So I got the doctor account request from name Satya Reddy, phone number, created it, status is pending. So until unless the status is pending, user cannot see this doctor in the home page. Once the status is approved, a users can book his doctor appointment, all those things. So if I go to the home, there is nothing here because there is no approved doctors in the application. Now I will go to the doctors and I will approve this doctor into our application. Approve. Here you can see doctor status updated successfully. If I go to home, I got the doctor. So a user can book this Satya Reddy appointment now. Now I'll go to the notifications. I will click on this mark all as seen. I want to delete this notification. So I will go to the seen notification. I can click on this delete all. Now admin has approved the Satya's doctor request. Now Satya will also receive a notification like your doctor account has been approved. Log out, refresh. Now I will log in with the Satya credentials. So the expected scenario now is Satya has to receive a notification like doctor account has been approved. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Login. Here you can see Satya got the notification. Your doctor account has been approved. So the notifications functionality is working as expected. Now I am going to click on this mark all as seen. In the scene, I am going to click on the delete all. So now a doctor can check his all appointments in these appointments. Right now the Satya has not got any appointments. Now I am going to create a new normal user where that user will book the appointment of the Satya. So I am going to log out, and the doctor can also update his profile. Here you can see this is profile. So in this he will be having all the credentials and details, first name, last name, email, password, all those things. So if you want to update the work hours or timings, he can update. If you want to update the fee per consultation, all those things. So now I want to update my fee per consultation amount. Instead of 520, I will make it 650. Submit. Here you can see in the home page fee per visit got updated. I want to update the work hours also. I'll go to the profile. Timings, instead of 8, I want to start at 9. 9 to 16. Submit. Here you can see the timings got updated successfully in the home page. Now I will log out. So by this we have completed the two roles, admin role and doctor role. Now I will create a normal user where a user can book the doctor appointment. I'll go to registration. The name will be John. Email will be john195@gmail.com. Password will be 1234567 Register. Now I will log in with the John credentials. john195@gmail.com. Password 1234567 Login. Here you can see when I refresh the page, there is some cache issue in my Chrome. So leave it about that. Here you can see I got the profile John and sh is user, because John is having only user permission, so he got the user. Now John will book the Satya appointment. Whenever the appointment is booked, Satya will receive a notification like John has booked your appointment. Please approve or reject. So this is user appointments. So user appointments is also empty now because the John has not booked any appointments. Now I will go to the home. Click on the doctor. So this is the booking screen. So this is the name of the doctor, booking logo, timings, phone number, address, fee per visit, website. Now I will select the date. I am going to select 28th June. Timings from, I want to select from 10. So I have selected 28th June and 10 o'clock appointment. So first we have to check the availability, whether this doctor is available in this specific slot or not. Check availability. I got message appointments available. So now I can book now. So after clicking, I will be navigated to the appointments. Here you can see appointment booked successfully. So this is the appointment ID, doctor name Satya Reddy, phone number, date and time. Status is pending because the appointment has not been approved by the doctor yet. Now I will log out and log in with Satya credentials. So after login with Satya credentials, the expected scenario is Satya has to receive a notification like your appointment has been booked from some user on some day. So whether you have to accept or reject that appointment. Now I will log in with Satya credentials. 1234567 Here you can see Satya got the notification. So if I click on this, a new appointment has been made by John. So John has booked the Satya appointment. So if Satya want to see the appointment details, he will click on this notification. Here you can see ID of the appointment, patient name is John, phone is this, date and time, status is pending, actions. So we can approve the appointment, and the doctor can also reject the appointment if he is busy at that time. So Satya is approving the John appointment. Approve. So the status has been updated. I will clear the notifications, mark all as seen, delete all. Now I will log out. So doctor part is done. So John has booked the appointment, doctor has approved the appointment. Again, now John will receive the notification like your appointment has been confirmed. Now I will log in with the John credentials. John 195. So please refresh to avoid all the cache issues. So john195@gmail.com 1234567 login. Here you can see John has got the notification. Your appointment status has been approved. Here you can see. Here also status got approved. That's all. So now John will clear the notification. Even delete. Now let's try to book the same appointment on the same date. So now I am going to pick the same date, 28 June, and we have the time right. 10 o'clock we have booked the previous appointment. So I am selecting the same time and date. Check availability. Here you can see appointments not available. If I select 10:30 also, the appointments will be not available because one appointment given as 1 hour. Here you can see appointment not available. If I pick 11:33, it will show appointments available. Here you can see appointments available. So like this way we are going to restrict the duplicate appointments in the application. So that's all guys. This is about the MERN Stack doctor appointment booking application project demo. Thank you. See you in the course. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the setup of our React application in our MERN Stack doctor appointment booking application. So here you can see in my local disk F in the Stay Healthy folder I am going to create our React application. So this is my root folder, that means our project name Stay Healthy. So here I am going to create a new React application. So you can choose the normal Windows terminal or the VS Code terminal. So I am going to open this folder in the Visual Studio Code because anyhow we are going to write the code in the VS Code only. So let me open Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to close everything. Yeah, here you can see the folder is empty now. So we don't have any files and nested folders in this. So this is the root folder and right now it is empty. Now in this I am going to create the React application with the name client. So npx create -react app followed by the application name client. Because this is a MERN Stack application, we are going to name our front end as client and backend as our server. So CLIENT. So it will create a new React application with the name client in the Stay Healthy folder. So it will take some time depending upon our system as well as the internet performance. So until then please wait. Alright guys, our React application has been created successfully. Here you can see we got the client folder in the Stay Healthy. So if I expand, I will get all the React by default folders and files. So now to run this application, I'll be navigating into this client folder. So cd client. Now I'm in the client folder. So I'll execute this application by using the command npm start. So I got the message starting the development server. So it might take a while to start the server. So by default it will run in the localhost 3000 port. So if the port is busy with the other applications, so it will ask us to run our React application in a new port. So that means 3001 or 3002. So I don't have any applications in the 3000 port right now. So I think it will execute in the localhost 3000 only. Yeah, here you can see you can now view client in the browser localhost 3000. So if I click on this link, it will open in the Chrome with the localhost 3000 port. Here you can see I got the default output for the React application. So this is the default output for every new React application. So to remove or to get rid of all the default stuff, first of all you have to expand the src folder in the client. Here you can see this is the src, and in this src let's open the app.js and get rid of all the default stuff. I'll just put one simple h1 text with our project title, Shay Healthy. Yeah, here you can see now we don't have any default stuff in the app.js. We have only one h1 text, that is our project title. Now I will clean up some of the code in the front end, that means our React. So first of all, let's remove all the unused imports. We are not using these import statements. Let's remove this and remove this app.css as well as the logo.svg. Yeah, now let's go to the public index.html. So let's clean up all the commented code. So we will keep as simple as possible. Yeah, so just change the title from React app to our application. So Shay Healthy. Shay Healthy, and that's all. Here you can see the application name got changed successfully and we don't have any errors after deleting the unused files. So we are good now. So in the next lecture we are going to work on the backend setup. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have completed the setup of our React application, that means our front end. Now in this lecture we are going to work on the back end. So let's close all the files in the client. So in this root folder only we are going to create the backend application. So I'm going to split the terminal into two terminals. The first one is about the front end and second one is about the back end. So in this backend terminal, first I'm going to initialize the npm init. So it will create a package.json file. So it will ask some basic questions. For all the questions, just press the enter. Yeah, here you can see we got the package.json file. Now I'm going to install some of the dependencies in the backend with the express npm I express mongoose and JSON web token for the authentication purpose, and also .env. So if you require any further modules, we will install in the later. So just press enter. So Express is our framework, Mongoose is for the database purpose, JSON web token is for handling the authentication tokens, and .env for the storing encrypted values. Not encrypted values, secured values. So here you can see we got the node modules in the backend. Also if you open the package.json, we could able to see all the installed dependencies in the backend. So .env, Express, JSON web token and Mongoose. So now we need to install the nodemon. So npm I nodemon. So with the help of nodemon, we can restart the server by just pressing the Ctrl S. So every time we need not to write the npm start or node server to start our nodemon. You just need to press the Ctrl S, so the backend server will automatically restarted. Yeah. So now let's create the entry point of our backend, that is server.js. Server.js. So in this I am going to create the server using the express. So first I am going to write the import statement for the express. Const express is equal to require express. Then I am going to write const app is equal to express. So then I will be writing port. Const port is equal to process.env.port or 5000. because 3000 port is already busy with the front end, so we have to choose the 5000. Now we have to listen to this port using the app.listen method. So in the app.listen method, the first method will be, that means the first parameter will be port, and the second parameter will be the callback function. That's all we need from the server.js. So now I am going to write node-mon server. So here you can see I got the output listening on port 5000. Now I am going to change the text in the console log to check the node-mon whether it is restarting automatically or not. Node server started at port number. Control S. Here you can see we got the output node server started at port 5000. So that means our Node.js and Express.js servers are working fine with the node-mon client. So in the next lecture we are going to work on the MongoDB setup as well as the Node.js and MongoDB connection. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the MongoDB setup. So first of all, let's open Google and navigate to the MongoDB Atlas website. MongoDB Atlas. So there you have to create an account and you have to create a database. Then you will get the connection URL that you have to add in our code base. So here you can see this is the MongoDB Atlas official website. You just need to click on the sign in if you already have the account, else you have to create it. So I already have my account, so I am going to log in with my Google credentials only. I'll just click on this. Yeah, it will take us to the dashboard of the MongoDB Atlas, which is for the logged in user interface. So here you can see this is the logged in user interface. So here you will get the list of databases and the pricing, all those things. So you need not to pay any amount for the normal usage. So if you want to build an application for an enterprise level, that you have to pay. So right now we don't have to do that. So here in this you just need to click on this browse collections. So I just clicked on this. Now I'll be navigating to the list of databases that I have already created. Here you can see these are the list of databases that I have already created I'm using. Now to create a new database, you just need to click on this create database button. Here you have to enter the database name. I just write Stay Healthy Udemy. And by default I am going to create a collection name users. Anyhow we require this users and create. Retrieving list of databases. So if I scroll down, here you can see this is my project Stay Healthy. So I got the users. We have only one collection without any documents. So this is our database and this is our collection name. So how to add this database in our code base? That means how to connect this database using our Node.js. So it is very simple. So if you go to the overview, you will be having this connect button. Here just click on the last one. So not the first two, last one. Connect using MongoDB Compass. Here you will get the connection URL. So if you see the connection URL, the first one will be the normal, their security purpose things, and here you will be having two important things. The first one will be the username they will provide, and the second one will be the password. So you have to create a user in the database access. That password you have to add it here, then only it will work. So now just copy this. Now I am going to create .env file, and here I'll just write the variable name mongo url is equal to, I'll just paste it here. So I'm going to enter my password. PR. Yeah. So now at the last, here you can see we could able to see this test, right? This is our database name. So just remove this test and add your database name. So in my case, the database name will be Stay Healthy Udemy. This is my database name. So here we have directly added the .env file and we have added this variable also, but it will not work until unless you install the .env extension. So just go and install the .env. Okay, so let me open .env npm. So we will be having some of the configuration steps for this .env. So just copy this command and paste it here, npmi.env. Yeah, it got installed successfully. Now you just need to import the .env configuration in the server.js. Let's see what is the statement for the import purpose. Yeah, so this is the statement, process.env, copy and put it here. Require .env config. Now I am going to restart the server, nodemon server. Yeah, so here to test whether the process variables working fine or not, that means the variables which are present in the .env working fine or not, I am going to print these in the server.js. So here I'll just write console.log process.env.mongo_url, Control S. Here you can see we got the text from the process.env file. So we are not using this Mongo URL anywhere in our code base. We are using only in the env. So we should not hard code these kind of values in the code level. We have to keep all the values in the process.env only. So this is the secured mechanism. Now let's get rid of this console statement. So now we have the Mongo connection URL and the Mongo connection setup ready. So now we have to open that Mongo connection in the MongoDB Compass, because every time we cannot open the browser and see the output where the collections are added, documents are added, all those things. So it's very long process. So that's the reason I'm going to use one of the software like MongoDB Compass. So these you can run it in your local machine by using the connection URL. You will connect to the server. So MongoDB Compass. So here you just need to add the connection URL, or not this, go to the env. So exactly this, add it here and click on the connect. So it will open the same database in the MongoDB Compass, so which you can access in your local machine. Yeah, here you can see I got my instance. So if I open this Stay Healthy Udemy, where it is, yeah, Stay Healthy Udemy, I got the users. So now I need not to open the MongoDB, all those things every time in the browser. So I can get rid of this now, as well as there's npm also. So by this we have completed the MongoDB setup, not connection. So we just completed the MongoDB setup in the database as well as the MongoDB Compass. So in the next lecture we'll be working on the connection between MongoDB as well as the Node.js. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture we have completed the setup of our MongoDB database. So now in this lecture we are going to work on the MongoDB and Node.js connection using the Mongoose package. So we have already installed the Mongoose package while setting the backend. So if I open the package.json, I'll be having this Mongoose. So with the help of this package only, we are going to work on the connection between Node.js and MongoDB database. So let's close everything and create a new folder in the root, that is config. Not config, it's config. I'm going to rename it config. So in this config, I'm going to write dbconfig, dbconfig.js. So here first I'm going to write const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. So now const connect is equal to mongoose dot connect. So here the parameter will be process dot env dot mongo URL. So this is the parameter for the mongoose connect. Then you have to write const connection is equal to mongoose dot connection. Const connection is equal to mongoose dot connection. So you can get rid of this const connect also. We are not using that variable anywhere. So now we got the connection object. So we have to verify whether this connection is successful or not. How we can verify? So for that, mongoose will provide a method called as the on. So connection dot on. So the parameter will be connected. So connected parameter will be for the happy path. That means if our connection is successful. So we are going to print the response in the console like console.log MongoDB is connected. So if it is connected, and we have the second one, connection dot on error. So if you are having any error in the URL or something like internet, all those things, it will throw the error in MongoDB connection. Or if you want to print the error, you just need to print the error directly in the console. That's all. So first we are going to connect to the MongoDB connection URL, then we are going to create the connection object, then we are going to verify that connection using two methods, connected and error. Now we have to export this. Module.exports is equal to mongoose. That's all. So this is the code snippet for the MongoDB as well as the Node.js connection. So now to test this whether our connection is successful or not, you just need to import this file. We need not to call any function in this file. You just need to import this file in the entry point of our backend. That means server.js. So let's go to the server.js. After the .env, I am going to write const dbconfig is equal to require ./config/dbconfig. So I'm going to press the Ctrl S. So it will execute the code in the dbconfig.js by default because we don't have any functions. We have written the normal statements. So it will execute whenever the file is imported automatically. Ctrl S. So node server started at port 5000. Here you can see we got the success response. MongoDB is connected. So we have to test the error scenarios also. Every time we cannot go forward with the only positive scenarios. Sometimes we may have to test the error scenarios. So here if you add any other URL instead of process.env.mongo URL, if you add any like abcd, it will throw the error. Here you can see we got the error because the URL is invalid. Now I am going to put the normal one. Node server started at port 5000. MongoDB is connected. So if you change any message also, it will work. So instead of MongoDB is connected, MongoDB connection is successful. Ctrl S. Here you can see MongoDB connection is successful. So by this we have completed all our MERN Stack setup. Front end, back end, as well as the database. So in the next section onwards, we will be working on the authentication of our application. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last section, we have worked on the setup of our MERN Stack doctor appointment booking application. That means we have completed the front end, back end, as well as the database setup. Now in this section we are going to work on the authentication screens in the front end. So we are not going to do anything with the back end in this section. So first we will develop the login and registration screens. Then in the next section we will connect the back end. So first of all I'll expand the src folder, client src, Now in this src folder I am going to create two files. The first one will be login.js. Oh sorry, first we have to create the pages folder, right? So I'm going to create a new folder called as pages, and I'm going to have this file login.js in the pages. Yeah, so here I'll just create the functional component rfce login. Then I'm going to create a new file register.js. Here also functional component register. Now to render these two pages we must have the routes. So now I am going to install the React Router DOM library in the front end as well as the and design. So I'll just write npm install React Router DOM. So this is for the routing purpose, as well as for the styling purpose we are going to use the entity components and design. So later we will install the required npm libraries like Axios, all those things. So first of all these two are required to get started. Press enter. So if you don't know about the entity, just open the Google and type entity. So you will be having the documentation with all the components details. So let me connect to my net connection. Refresh. Yeah, so just type ant design or ant d. Here you can see. So you will be having the list of components. If you click on the components, at the left side you will be having the component names, and at the center of the page you will be having the description as well as the component props, all those things. Suppose if I select the button component, here you can see I have the documentation how to use the button, what is the code of the button, what kind of props I can pass through this button, all those things. So need not to worry about the documentation and all the things. So I will explain everything from scratch. So you just need to have some brief idea about the what is entity, how entity works. So let's see the VS Code. Yeah, 2 packages has been installed successfully. Now I am going to restart the server. npm start. Now I'm also going to add the bootstrap in this application. So for the normal styling purpose, that means margin, padding, flex, all those things, we are going to use the bootstrap CDN classes. So every time we cannot go and write in the CSS files. So if you have that much of time you can, but I don't want to waste your time by writing all the CSS functionalities. So I'm going to use bootstrap for the normal styling. So just write bootstrap CDN. Click on this first one. If you scroll down, you will be having this CSS only CDN link. Just copy this and paste it in the public index.html. So here you have to paste it. So we will test both entity and bootstrap in this lecture only. So from the next lecture onwards, we will be starting the login and registration pages. So here you can see the server is getting restarted. So these are the 2 libraries that we are going to use in the front end: anti-design for the components, bootstrap for the classes. So mostly we will be doing everything with the entity only. So sometimes we may have to add the margin top, margin left, padding, all those things. So in that scenarios we will be using the bootstrap. So I'll close both. Yeah, here we should have the entity because we have to follow some documentation. So if you click on this symbol, here you can see this is the official and landing page of the entity. So if you click on the get started, you would be having the instructions how to import it in the React. So if you scroll down, first you will be having the npm install entity, and then you will be having the import. That means for every component you have to write the import statement, and for the styling you just need to import this line. So you need not to import this line in all the pages where you use the entity component. So you can import only in the app.js. So it will be imported globally. So I think the application got restarted successfully. So first I will test the entity components, then we will test the bootstrap classes. So let me import this CSS in the app.js. Go to the app.js. Yeah, I have written import statement from the entity. Now let's go and create one component. So click on the components. I'll create button. So I want this primary button. So to see the code of this primary button, you just need to click on this code symbol. Here you can see. So this is the primary button code. So it is almost similar to Material UI only. You just need to import the component and you have to use it in the render content. So just copy this content and paste it in the underneath of the h1 text, and you have to import this button. Import button from entity. So here we don't have the React import statement. Let me import that. Import React from React. Control S. Now it is getting compiled. Let me check. Here you can see it got compiled successfully. We got an error from the entity. We can ignore it. I'll resolve it later. So this is related to the Webpack, so it won't impact our application anytime. So if I open the app, here you can see we got the output, and this is the button from the entity. So now let's try to have the bootstrap classes. So for this button only, I am going to have the bootstrap. So I'll just wrap this button inside a div, or for the app also I can apply. So I'll just apply padding 5. P5 is nothing but padding 50 from all the sides based on the bootstrap. Control S. Here you can see I got the padding. So now we have both entity as well as the bootstrap. So we have to design the components using the entity. We have to write the normal styling using the bootstrap. Sometimes we may have to override the entity also. Suppose if you want to override this button color, you just need to click on this button and you have to inspect it. Not only this button, if you want to override any entity component, you have to inspect and you have to find the particular class name of that button. Then only we could able to override it. So I will explain now itself. So here you can see the class name of this button is ant_btn and ant_btn primary. So I will copy this ant_btn primary and I will go to the index.css. Where is it? Yeah. So here I'll just write, okay, and background color is equal to, I'll write red. And whenever you are overriding any entity component styling, you just need to put the important. Now we should get the button in the red color. Here you can see we got the button in the red color. So in the similar manner, if you want to override any entity default styling, you just have to find the class name and you have to write the styling by overriding the default entity styles. So like this way we are going to build our components. So in the next section, not in the next section, in the next lecture we are going to work on the registration form. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have discussed about the bootstrap and entity. So now in this lecture we are going to work on the registration form. So first of all I am going to get rid of all the stuff in the index.css as well as the app.js. So just clean up everything. Close everything. App.js, register, login. So let's open app.js. So just copy this import statement and put it in the index.js. Where is it? Yeah. So here I will add. Still we are getting the same error. Warning, node modules entity. Why it is causing? It is related to the Webpack, but I am not even using the Webpack. So components, time picker, style, index URL is not supported. Okay, you can leave it. This is not related to our coding. So this is from the entity. So let's import at the top. Yeah. So now let's go to the app.js and remove everything here in the content area. And also remove this p5. We can remove the class name itself. So now just import the browser router, import browser router routes and route from React router DOM. So the parent element should be browser router. Okay, I'll get rid of this. Yeah, so inside this we have to write the routes, then we should have the login first, route path will be login, and element, not component, element should be login. So now let's go to the next one. This is register, element should be register. So let's import both here. Import login from login, register, this is not components, this is pages. So I'm using the GitHub Copilot auto suggestions. So I will get the suggestions like this. If you want to use, you can use it by configuring the GitHub Copilot in your Visual Studio Code. So pages, that's all. Yeah, we don't have any errors. Let's see. So in the localhost 3000 we don't have anything. If I go to the login, here also I don't have anything. Let me check if we got any errors. Function does not valid React child. Okay, it should be in the components. I have written directly, copy and put it inside the components. Register. Yeah, now it should render. Here you can see I got the login. If I go to register, I'll get the register. So now I will open our deployed version to see the mockup or prototype. Health dot Heroku app, Heroku.app. Okay, it's herokuapp.com. So we will be following the deployed version as our prototype to develop all the pages and the functionalities. So let me close this as well as the old one. It's loading, please wait. Yeah, here you can see it got loaded successfully. So this is the login page. If I go to register, and this is the registration page. So don't worry about the complete styling at the beginning itself. So we are going to work on the styling later. First we will design the normal components and we will complete the functionality. So later we can spend time on the styling part. So let me go and write the register page first. Pages, register. So just get rid of everything here. And I will write the div with the class name is equal to auth or authentication. So in this I'll put one more div with the class name register form, or you can write authentication form. So just put the title of the form here, h1 register. That's all. So this is the deployed version, this is the current version. So I'm going to write different name for the current version. So healthy dev, so you would understand the difference better. Yeah, and this is the dev version. So by seeing the prototype of the deployed version, we are going to develop the current version. So now I am going to get this register at the center of the page as like the deployed version. So let's go to the src index.css. So I'm going to write the complete styling in this index.css folder only, not folder file, but I'm going to write the comments for the better understanding. So first I'm going to write the comment authentication pages. So here I'll just write dot authentication. So here I'll just write height is equal to 100 VH, display is equal to flex, align item center, justify content center. So whatever the content which is present in the authentication div, that will be placed at the center of the page. Here you can see we got register at the center of the page. Now instead of this register, we are going to have the entity form with the form title nice to meet you. So instead of having the normal text like register, we will be having the nice to meet you. So first of all, I am going to have one style like card. So here I'll just write common styling. So common styling means which will be used in all the pages. So here I just write card dot card. So for card I am going to write box shadow is equal to 002px gray. This is the card box shadow. So now I am going to create a card in the register. So this is the authentication form, right? So here only I'll just add the class name card. So in this card I will write one h1 text, nice to meet you. So we got the text here, you can see nice to meet you. Now I'll go to the index.css. In the common styling only I will add text related styling. So first one is card title. For card title we'll be having some styling like font size is equal to 1.5 rem, font weight is equal to bold. So I'm getting the auto suggestions, so that would be better. And now I'm going to write normal text is equal to font size, I just want 1 rem, that means 16 pixels. We got card title and we got normal text. So these are enough for now. Now let's go to the register.js, and for this h1 text you just need to apply the class name card title. Yeah, looking clean now. So now let's go to the authentication form styling, or else here only we could add padding 5. Oh, padding 5 is too high. Let me write padding 2. Yeah, this looks clean. And also we have this authentication form, right? Copy this and put it here and just write width is equal to 400 pixels by default. Later we will increase it. Okay. Now we need to get the form. So we are going to get the form based on the entity. So let's go to the entity forms. So you just need to follow some documentation, or else I will explain. So here you can see you have to go through this documentation, so you will understand how to use the forms in the entity. So I don't have that much of time to go and explain everything here, so I will explain by writing the code itself. So if I go to register, after the h1 I am going to have form from the entity. I got the form. Now for every form element there will be a wrapper in the entity, that is form.item. So for every form element, nothing but input field, select field, radio button, anything, form.item will be common. Form.item. So in this form.item you have to put the specific field that you require. So I want only input. want only input from the entity. Now for this form item you have to add some props. The first one will be label name or label. Label is equal to name. Then we will be having the name prop. So based on this name only entity forms will work. So name should be unique for every form element. So here it should be normal name. Now for the input also I am going to write placeholder prop name. Now let's see the output once how it is looking. Here you can see we got the input field. Now it should be in the horizontal. Here you can see this is the label name and this is the field. I don't want horizontal, I want vertical. So for that you just need to have one prop called as the layout for the form element. So layout is equal to vertical. Layout is equal to vertical. Now you can see name and form item. So now let's copy this and replicate for the email. Here also email. So for normal names I am not using the capital letters, I will be using the camel case only. First C is small, second C is capital. So the third one will be password. Here also password, and here also password. I am not putting the confirm password. If you want you can. Here also email. Yeah, so here you can see I got 3 different fields now: name, email and password. So first of all I will remove the border radius for the card. I'll go to the index dot. So box shadow we have, where is the border radius is applying. So border radius is equal to 0 and I'll make it important. Yeah, now we don't have any border radius. So now the time for changing the entity default styling. So we have the name, email, input field, all those things. So if you observe for the input we are having the style like this. So for the normal input it will be having the gray border. When I place the cursor in that, it is going to turn the black border. So we are going to apply that now. So first of all, as I said, we have to find the particular class name for the what it is entity. So here at the top I am going to write one more heading, that is entity override. That means overriding the entity. Entity override. Yeah. So now I am going to write styling for the input first. Inspect. So this is the input. It is having the class names like and form control input content and form control input. We are having lot of classes. So instead of that I will try with the normal input only, because in the leaf node that means the last one is input only. So I'll try to have for the input the classes. So for the input only I just write border radius is equal to 0 and border is equal to 1px solid gray important, and here also I'll just write important. So if you are not interested writing styling, you can get rid of this lecture because we already got the form. You can continue with the next lecture. So from now I will be working on the styling only. Yeah, here you can see we got the forms with the different borders. So now instead of 0 I just add 2px padding, not padding, border radius. Looking cool. And height should be 40 pixels for all the buttons and input fields. Height should be 40 pixels important. Yeah, looking clean. Now instead of border gray I am going to have, I'll decrease the opacity only for the border gray. So here you can play with the opacity. We don't want the dark colors, we want just light. Yeah, it's just matching. So now we got input. So if I hover on this I am getting this box shadow, so I don't want this box shadow. If I hover on this I just need to highlight the border color. So for that what I will do means input focus. On input focus I just want outline is equal to none, I don't want outline, I don't want box shadow also none. What I want is, I want just border with 1px solid gray important. So here also we are having 1px solid, but here the opacity is 0.5. Here I am having the complete gray. Now let's see. Super. Here you can see it's getting highlighted when I hover on this. Now we need to increase the padding in this card, because here you can see in the deployed version it is looking good, but in our current version it is not looking good as expected. So let's go to the register. Here let's add the padding 3 or 4. Yeah, it's better now. Now we have the labels. For the labels also I want to apply the styling. So go to the index.css. So labels comes under also entity. We are overriding the entity label. So font size, let's make it 14 and see how it is looking. It's looking very small. Let's make it 16. Somewhat better. And color should be black. Yeah, superb. Now everything is looking clean. So now for this nice to meet you and for this form I am going to have some space, and first of all we have to decrease the space between these form items. So if I inspect these, somewhere we are having a huge space. This is on call, and yeah, here you can see and form item. There is a class called and form item. Here we are having the space. So just copy this class name and form item, and here I am going to write dot and form item margin 0 important. Margin 0 important. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So now let's play with the margin. So left and right it should be 0 only. So for top and bottom I want just 5px and 0. Let's make it 10. Yeah, looking clean. Now we just need to add the button. So here you can see bottom of the password we have the button. So let's go to the register button. From the entity, button name will be register, and for this button I am going to have the class name as primary button. Primary button. So we are going to have two buttons in the application. One is primary and one is secondary. So copy this primary button class and go to the common styling, and here I am going to write the styling for the primary button. So let's have the background color which is similar to the deployed version. I'm putting the color picker here. I'm copying the color. So you can have your own colors. There's no condition like you have to use only my colors, all those things. So let's make it important. Yeah. So we got the button. So as I said, for the button as well as the input field, I want height should be 40 pixels and width should be 100%. Width should be 100% and color should be white. Color should be white important. That's all. Cool. So font weight should be 500. I'll just write font size. Font size should be 18px important. 18 is too high. Let's make it 16. Yeah, 16. And for this button also I am going to have MT3 margin top 30. Cool. So we got the registration form now. So in the next lecture we will continue with the styling as well as the replica for the login form. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture we have started the registration form. So in this lecture we are going to continue with the styling and we are going to replicate the same page for the login. So we have stopped with the buttons part. So we got the button, and bottom of that button we should have the link. So here I will write the link from the React Router DOM. So the link should navigate me to the link to, so this is the registration page, so it should navigate to the login. I just write, click here to login. Let's see. Yeah, we got this button. Now just go to the index.css. So it should comes under common styling. So common styling, I just add anchor tag. So not anchor tag, I will add some class, because in the common styling for everything we'll be having the class dot anchor tag. So color should be normal black. Color should be black. Later we will change it if we don't like these colors. First of all, to get started and to make it look good, we just need to apply color anchor and text decoration underline, and font size same 16px. Font size 16px, important. Now go to the register, and for this link just apply the class name anchor. Now let's see. Yeah, here you can see we got the button as expected. So you can also apply MT3 for these also, or MT2. Margin top. So margin top is not applying, I don't know why. Let me apply MY3 for the button. So it should apply both top and bottom. Yeah, instead of MY3 let's keep it MY2. Yeah, looking cool. So here you can see if I hover on this, I'm getting the underline is getting gone. So I'll go to the index.css and dot anchor on hover also I want the underline. Text decoration underline, important. There should not be any change. Yeah, now it is perfect. So now let's style this nice to meet you. Okay, let's go to the card title under the authentication form. So this is the authentication. So in this authentication we'll be having dot card title. So we'll be having only one card title in the authentication. So let's have this. So we have the same. Now for this I am going to have background color is equal to something like orange red. We got the background color, and I just write color should be white. Important. And max width should be max content. Important. Yeah, this looks clean. Now just add some padding. Padding is equal to 10px. Adding 10px. Now bottom and padding, let's make it 7, and left and right let's make it 15. 7px, 15px. Okay, so now I'll just write margin left minus 30px. Let's make it 40. That's all. And let's have border bottom left radius 5px or 10. Yeah, looking cool. Now I am going to import my font into the application. So in the entire application I will be using only one font, that is Montserrat. So if you go to the Google Fonts, if you click on this, so there will be a font called as Montserrat. So in all my projects I'll use only this font. So after selecting, you just need to click on the import. Just click on the import statement and paste it at the top, and then you will need to have one line for all the components and for all the elements. So I just put star for for everything. It should be Montserrat font only. Now let's see. Yeah, I got my font ready. So now what we are left in the registration, yeah, the form submit event. So after clicking on the register button, we have to get these values into the console. So anyhow, we will send it to the backend. So first of all, to check whether the form is working fine or not, you have to get the values into the console. So for that, you need to know how to submit the form in the entity. So first of all, for the button, you just need to have one prop, that is HTML type is equal to submit. Now for this form, you just need to have one function on finish. On finish, you just need to write on finish. Now I am going to write the definition of this function, const on finish is equal to, I'll get the values to this on finish function as the parameter, and so I'm going to console log received values of the form is equal to values. So I'll put it in the parentheses. That's all. So refresh. So I'm opening the console once. So we don't have any errors. Now I am going to write name is equal to Ronaldo, email is equal to ronaldo@gmail.com, and password I will write 123456778. So if you want to hide this password, you just need to go to the input and make it type is equal to password. So now I'm going to click on the register button. Here you can see I got the form values. So I'll expand. So name is equal to Ronaldo, email is equal to ronaldo@gmail.com, password is equal to 123456778. Now I'm going to have different values. Name is equal to Roman, password is equal to Roman, email is equal to roman@gmail.com, password would be same, register, again I got the values, so email, name, password. So by this we have completed the registration form in the front end. So in this area we are going to have the API call that we are going to discuss in the next section. So first of all, we are going to replicate it for the login form. So just copy the entire form and paste it for the login. So wherever there is register, you just need to make it login. Wherever there is register, just make it login. So here for the card title, instead of nice to meet you, let's make it welcome back. Welcome back. Now we don't require the name in the login form, we just need email and password. So here instead of register, just make it login. Here for the link tag, it should navigate me to the register, and the text should be click here to register. Click here to register, and remaining I think everything would be same. So received values of the form, all those things. So let's see the output once. So this is the register form, right? Now I will click on the login. Super. Here you can see we got the login form. Now I will click on this link, click here to register, click here to login. Superb. So we have completed the login and the registration screens in the front end. So let me add the background color also. So the background color is all similar to the normal primary color of the button only. So let's go to the index.css. So this is the authentication div, right? I just write background color is equal to same this. Cool. So now we got everything ready. So if you want to keep the project title anywhere in this login and registration form also, we can keep, or else we will work on that extra styling in the ending sections. So thank you guys. So in the next section we'll be working on the authentication for the backend. So we are having the values of the front end, the like name, email and password. So we have to send that and we have to perform all the authentication process, everything. So thank you. See you in the next section. Welcome back guys. In the last section we have completed the authentication, that means login and registration screens in the front end. Now in this section we are going to work on the login and registration API endpoints on the back end. So first of all, to work with the endpoints we need a model for the user. So then only we could write the API endpoints for login and registration. So first in the root folder I am going to create a new one called as the models. So let me close everything in the UI. Yeah, so now I am going to create a new folder called as models in the root. In these models, first I am going to create user model .js. So to create the model we require the Mongoose package. Already we have installed that, so I am going to import it. Const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. Now I am going to write const user schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema. So the first one will be name, type is equal to string and required is equal to true. Then we'll be having email, type is equal to string, required is equal to true. Then password, type is equal to string, required is equal to true. So if you want to add any additional fields you can add. So right now we are using only these three. So then I am going to have timestamps true. Somewhere we have a mistake. This is okay. Oh, it's curly brace. Yeah, so now we got the user schema. Then we need to create the model with the help of the user schema. Const user model is equal to mongoose dot model. So the first parameter will be the collection name will be users, and the second parameter will be the schema, that is user schema. Now we are going to export this user model. Module dot exports is equal to user model. That's all. So now we have the model ready. So the next step is we have to write the API endpoints for the login and registration with the help of this model. So in the next lecture we'll be working on that. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the registration and login endpoints for the authentication. So first I am going to create a new folder called as the routes in the root folder, because it is a backend related routes. Now in these routes I am going to create, the first one will be user route.js. So all the operations, that means all the API endpoints or all the API functionalities which are related to the user, that we are going to write in this user route only. So in the server.js we are going to connect it after exporting. So first, to create the router we just need the express app here. Const express is equal to require express, then we require router. Const router is equal to express router. Now I am going to create the two required endpoints to get started. So the first one will be router dot post register route. Register, and every function should be async only, because we are going to use the async await format. So every function should be async. So right now I'll keep this empty, so just make this function async. So this is the structure, router.post, this is the endpoint, and this is the callback function. So whenever this endpoint is called from the API, not API from the client, so the function which is present here will be executed. So in this async function, every API should look like this, try catch block. So we have to write all our logic in the try block. So if anything goes wrong, it will goes to the catch block and it will throw the error to the front end. So this is the API structure. So for the first time itself only I will explain. So first we have to write the endpoint, then callback function, then in the callback function the structure will be try catch block, because we are using the async. So for all the MongoDB operations we will use the await keyword for the functions to call. Now let's copy this and paste it for the login. So both are post methods only because we are getting the data from the front end. So this is login. Now I am going to export this router. Module.exports is equal to router. Format document. So we have the two endpoints now, login and registration. So now we need to connect this endpoint to the server.js. So it's very simple. So first we have to create a variable for that. So here only I will create const user route is equal to require. So in the require you have to mention the path of the route. So it is present in routes folder with the name user route. So we got this variable. Now you have to tell the server that whenever an API request is coming with the keyword, so I'll just use app.use. So the first parameter will be API request. So whenever the API request is coming with the keyword user followed by first API / user, so please go and search the API endpoints in the user route. So if a API request is having the endpoint like /API / user dot user / login, so it will go and search the endpoints in the user route. So this is the process. So we got the endpoint ready. And whenever an API is having the variables to destructure from the client, that means, so if the login endpoint, the client will send username and password in the JSON format. So to destructure that JSON, you just have to add one line here, that is app.use express.json. So then only we could able to destructure. Now we are ready to work with the registration endpoint. So let's go to the user route and close everything here. So first of all we have to install one library called as the bcrypt to hash the passwords. So let me check whether we have installed or not. So we have only JSON web token, but we don't have the bcrypt library. So just go and install in the second terminal, which is a node terminal, npm I bcrypt. So if you want to follow the documentation, just go to the npm bcrypt. So here you can see, if you scroll down, you can able to see the documentation. So it's very simple to hash the password with the help of the bcrypt. So first you have to create the salt, then you have to attach the salt to the password. So the password will be encrypted. Yeah, it got installed successfully. So if you observe the dependencies, we got a new one, bcrypt version 5.0.1. Now I'm going to restart the server using the nodemon server. Yeah, so both Node.js server started, MongoDB connection also successful. So this is the endpoint. So whatever the logic you write, you have to write in the try block only, as I said. So first you have to import the model const user is equal to require model / the file name will be user model. So now I am going to write const password is equal to request.body.password. So you have to encrypt this password. So I am going to write const. So first you have to generate the salt. Salt is equal to await. Oh, you have to import the bcrypt. Yeah, so I'm getting the auto snippets anyhow. So const bcrypt is equal to require bcrypt.js. So now we have to generate the salt in the bcrypt. Await bcrypt dot gen salt. So gen salt is nothing but the generate salt with the 10 rounds. So to generate the salts we are using the number 10. So this is the process you have to follow. So of course you have to, even if you by heart also no problem, because every time we are following this structure only to encrypt and decrypt the passwords using the bcrypt. So we got the salt. Now we need to encrypt the password with the help of this salt and the bcrypt hash method. So now I am going to write const encrypted password is equal to, or hashed password, we can also call it as hashed password. Hashed password is equal to await bcrypt.hash password and salt. So this is the salt and this is the password. So we are encrypting the password with the help of the salt rounds. So we got the salt and we got the password. So now in the hashed password we will be having the encrypted format of the password. So it is very difficult to decode or bcrypt. So now I am going to attach this hashed password to the request body. Request dot body dot password is equal to hashed password. Now I'll just write const new user is equal to new user with request dot body. So in the request dot body we will be having the name, email and password. Control S. So if you observe in the terminal we are getting an error, no worries, we will check later. So first let's complete this endpoint. So await new user dot save. So this is the method to save a document in the MongoDB. So let me remove all these spaces. Yeah. So now if the response is successful we will stay in the try block, else we will be navigated to the catch block. So here I'll just send response.status 200. I don't want JSON, I will directly send in the object. So message is equal to user created successfully, and I just write success is equal to true. Success is equal to true. So now let's see what is the error it is throwing. Cannot find module bcrypt.js. Already we have installed, right? Package JSON. Okay, we just installed bcrypt, not bcrypt.js. Sorry for that. npm I bcrypt.js. Even in the npm also it is having bcrypt.js. Okay, it is having bcrypt. Let me check whether we are having bcrypt.js also. Actually we are having both. Yeah, let's see, one of it will work. npm start. Oh, not npm start, it's nodemon start. Nodemon server. Yeah, we don't have any errors. Should work, I think. That's all. So here you can see, if you observe, we have written the registration logic without checking any user exists or not. So we are registering based on the email ID. So before registering the user, first you have to check whether the email is already present in the collection or not. So here you can see, this is the line, right, we are saving. So above this line, or else here only we could check. After writing, before writing all this logic only, first if okay, I'll just write const user exist. User exist is equal to await. So user dot find one. So we are finding with the help of request dot body dot email. So now I'm going to check if user exist. I'm going to return response dot status 400 and it should be send message is equal to. So we should follow the same structure. We have to use the complete message keyword user already exists, and I will send the success is equal to false. Success is equal to false. Even you can send the 200 also, because we are still in the try block only. Until unless we go to the catch block, we should send the status 200, but success is equal to false. So it is not going to execute because we are having the return statement. If this is false only, it is going to execute the remaining statement. So if the user is already exist, it will throw the error with message user already exist and success is equal to false. So I think we are good with the registration. Okay, we can try. So in the catch block also, I'll just send response dot status 500 error creating user, success is equal to false. That's all. So GitHub Copilot is helping me a lot to write the repeated code, everything, all those things. So anyhow, I'm going to explain, even I get the snippets every line. So here I'm throwing the error with the status code 500 and send message error creating the user and success is equal to false, and you can also send the error directly. So even for the sending responses to the client, so this will be the structure. So every time you have to mention success property. So based on this success only, we are going to check in the front end. So if success is equal to true, we are going to show the true message in the front end. So that's all. Now let me call these API, register API from the front end. So then we can work on the login if registration is successful. So in the front end, go to the package.json. So here you have to add the proxy. Proxy is equal to, you just have to add the backend endpoint. It should be http localhost. So we are running our backend on the 5000 port. So this is the proxy. Now let's go to the registration page. So I think we have not installed the Axios in the front end. Let me check. Yeah, we have not installed the Axios. So let me import two libraries now. npm install Axios Redux Toolkit as well as React Hot Toast. And this is for showing the toast messages. So we will work on the Redux and Redux Toolkit later. First we have to work on the API call with the Axios. So after adding the proxy, anyhow you have to restart the server, then only the front end will be connected to the back end. Yeah, the server got restarted. Now I'll just type npm start. So we are done with the backend. Let's go to the front end and open register.js page. So here first I will import the Axios. Import Axios from Axios. So this is the registration, right? On finish. So first let's make this function async. Here also we are following the same structure, try catch block, try and catch. So first in the try block I am going to write const response is equal to await axios.post. The endpoint will be /API/user/register, and we are going to send the values. So now I am going to check the condition if response.data.success. So the server got restarted. Response.data.success. We are going to show the success message, else we are going to show the error message. So we will write the responses later. So in the catch block also we are going to write something. So let's restart the server first. So and I'm also going to install the React Hot Toast. Import toast from React Hot Toast. So let's see the documentation of this React Hot Toast once. So we are going to show the success and error messages based on that library only. React hot toast. So you just need to add, and here you have to add this toast in any one of the app.js, all those things. Then we have to call it. So they have not given the exact code base, toast.success. Yeah, so here you can see you just have to add this toaster somewhere in the app.js. Copy. So I'll go to the app.js and in the browser router only I'll add that. Let's import this toaster. Yeah, so top, center, and reverse order is equal to false. Now here, so if response.data.success, I'll just write toast.success response.data.message. Here also, else that means toast.error response.data.message. Anyhow, we will get the message in the data only. So in the catch block, I don't put the backend message. I'll directly put toast.error something went wrong. Toast.error something went wrong. That's all. So we will add the loading later after implementing the Redux and Redux toolkits. We are going to add the loader in the global level. So because if we have the loader in every page, we have to write const loading is equal to set loading, all those things. We don't want that. So we will write the loaders in the global level. Now where it is, let's close everything. Yeah, refresh. So the refresh is working fine. Let's go to the register and I'll open the network to see the logs. This is the network. So I'm entering. So here the password is also hidden now. So I'll enter Roman. Email is equal to roman195@gmail.com. Password is equal to 123456778. So let's see, the network call is empty. Now I'm going to hit on the register button. User created successfully. We got the message from the backend. Here you can see we got a beautiful toast message. So we don't have any errors in the backend, it seems. Yeah, we don't have any errors. So every time we are going to print the error in the console also in the backend, so we need not to debug every time whenever we get an error. So directly the error will be printed in the console. Now let's go and cross check in the MongoDB whether we got the users or not. Refresh. Here you can see we got the user. So we got Roman, we got email, we got password. So with the encrypted format, created it, updated it, and this is the user ID. So our registration process is successful. Now what I'm going to do is, in the register page, I'm going to create a hook, const navigate is equal to use navigate. So this should be imported from the React router DOM. So if it is success, first we are going to show the toast message, then we are going to show one more toast message, registration successful, right? So redirecting to login page, I'll just write navigate to login. That's all. So now we will try the error scenario also. So right now we have registered with the email Roman, right? So if you see roman195@gmail.com. So now I will use the different name, different password, but same email. So I just write Warren email is equal to, I'll use the same roman195@gmail.com. Password is equal to 123456778. So the expected result is it has to throw the error with user already exist. Now let's see, register. Superb. Here you can see user already exists because this user is already registered with our database. So we cannot register with the same email address. Now I am going to write Warren 195@gmail.com. So now the expected scenario is, first it has to show the message user created successfully, then it has to show the message like redirected to login page, and it has to redirect to the login page. Let's check now. Superb. Redirecting to the login page. Now we are in the login page. So by this we have successfully completed the registration endpoint. So in the next lecture we'll be working on the login. So login is somewhat difficult compared to registration, because we just have to implement the JWT authentication, storing the tokens, all those things. So in the next lecture we'll be working on that. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture we have completed the registration process successfully in our authentication module. Now in this lecture we are going to work on the login. So the login will not be completed in one lecture, so we need around 2-3 lectures. So anyhow, let's get started. So first of all, we have two users in the DB. Let's see, you can see Roman and Warren. So we have two users. So to implement the normal login, it's very easy. We will send the email and password from the front end, and we will decrypt that password and we will compare it with the back end. So then we will get the response. If it is successful, login successful, else login failed. If it is login successful, we will navigate the user to the protected routes. That means home page, doctor's page, appointments page, like that. So before that we have to send the token to the front end. So after login, every API call should send that token to the back end. So if the token is valid, then only we have to send the response, like home page data, doctor's data, appointments data, like that. So it's somewhat difficult to listen. So while implementing you will understand better. So let's start the implementation. So first of all, let's go to the login page. So in the login, first I will complete the front end. So copy everything that you have written in the back end and put it here and make the function async. Make the function async. So here toast is not imported. Let's import the toast. Control S. Axios and on all these also. Navigate is not required here. Yeah, it's required because after the successful login we need to navigate to the home page. Const navigate is equal to use navigate, and it should be imported. And we have Axios. Let's import Axios. That's all. So const response, everything is looking good here. So we have to change the endpoint to the login. If it is successful, we are going to show the message, and instead of showing toast redirected to login page, you can show redirecting to home page. And here you have to redirect to the home page. Before that, you just have to put the information what you are getting from the backend in the local storage. So I just write local storage dot set item. So we have to put based on the token. We will get only token from the backend. Response dot data dot token. That's all. So response dot data dot token. Okay, cool. So based on this token only, we will send the remaining authorization, all those things in the protected routes. So leave it about all those things because it is confusing. First, let's focus on only login. So whatever the data we get from the backend in the login mechanism, that we will store in the local storage. Then we will navigate to the home page. That's all. So the error and catch scenarios will be same. Okay, let's go to the backend. Where is it? Close everything in the front end. User route. So let's make the code very clean, then only you could understand better, even if you come back after one day or 1 week. So even if you want to write the comments also, you can write. So this is the login. So first of all, let me import the JSON web token here. So here you can see I got already the suggestion. Const JWT is equal to JSON web token. So you can use anything. So just the short form I have written JWT. So now I'll explain every line and everything, even if I get the suggestion. So first here you can see I got the suggestion like const user is equal to await user dot find one email. So we are going to find the email first. So if we don't have the email, we will not even check the password. We will throw the error like user does not exist. So here you can see I got the suggestion response dot status 200 and sending the message user does not exist, success is equal to false. So it is not going to execute any code after this return statement if there is no user. So if there is user, we have to compare the password. Now const encrypted password or hashed password. Oh, not here. You just have to compare with the DB password directly. So this line. So I will explain this line. So const is match. So is match is nothing but, so we already have the user in the DB in this variable, user variable. So user dot password is equal to encrypted password, because in the DB we have the encrypted password, right? So user dot password is equal to encrypted password, and request dot body dot password is equal to normal password. So in this variable what we are doing means we are comparing the encrypted password with the normal password. That's the reason we have used the message bcrypt dot compare. The first parameter will be the normal password and the second parameter will be the encrypted password. So you need not to worry about the salt, encryption, decryption, all those things. The bcrypt library will take care of that. So bcrypt.compare. So it will compare based on the salt which is stored in the user.password. So you need not to worry. So if is match. So if is match, we are going to work on the token part now. So if is match is true, then the user is valid. That means the email and password present in the DB. Then we have to generate the token, and that token you have to store it in the front end. So now let's see. So actually it is having the is not match. So that means if it is incorrect password, we are going to throw the error. So response dot status 200 and send message is equal to password is incorrect. That means password is not matched with the DB password, and success is equal to false. Here you can see already we have sent two responses to the front end. Both are error responses only. The first error response is user does not exist, and the second error response is password incorrect. So only in the try block we will have one success response. Remaining all the responses will be false only. So else, so we are going to generate the token. Let's see. So we have the method called as the JWT sign. So JWT sign method which will generate the token. So the first parameter will be ID. So the data that you want to encrypt using the JWT. So once you decode the JWT token, that data you will get. The first parameter will be the payload, and the second parameter will be the secret key. Process.env.jwt secret. So if you go to the .env, where it is, we don't have any variable for that. Now I am going to create. So let's see. JWT secret. JWT secret is equal to, so I am going to create my project name only, Shea Healthy. So this is my secret key. So even while decrypting I need this code, then only I could able to decrypt. So JWT secret is my process variable and Shea Healthy is my process variable value. So with the help of this I am going to decrypt it. And the third parameter in the sign is the validation, that means validity. So at what time this token is going to expire. So we are going to write expires in 1 hour or 1 day or anything. So I am going to write 1 day, 1D. So for every day they have to log in. That means every day the token will be expired and they have to re-log in. So this is the token. So if the token generation is successful, we are going to write response dot send status will be 200. Response dot, oh, first we have to write the status. Response dot status will be 200, and message is equal to login successful, success is equal to true, and we are sending the token. So if you want to send the token in the data also, you can send, because every time we are using the data format only, right? So here also we will use the same. So data will be token. We don't need object, we just need direct token. Data is nothing but token. It is a normal string, it is not an object, so we will store this token in the UI. Now let's go to the front end. So the login mechanism is completed in the backend now, so we have to handle the error scenario. So response dot status 500, and we are sending error logging in or is equal to, you can write anything here, because in the catch block in the front end we will show only one message every time, that is something went wrong. It's a network issue or browser issue, some whatever it may be. And here also, as I said in the last lecture, every time we just need to print the error in the console, so we could able to debug very easily whenever there is any API mistakes, error. That's all. Even in the registration also I will write CLG error. That's all we need. Now let's go to the pages. Login. So here response.data.data, it's not token, it's response.data.data. In this we will get the token already. So I think we are good. So let's test this API now. So before that we should have the home page, home.js RFCE, home.js RFCE. So let's go to the app.js and create a route for it. So right now for the temporary purpose I am keeping this route normally, because home is the protected route. We just have to keep that home in the separate window, not separate window, separate file. Protected routes, home page. That's all. Yeah. So let's check these now. Okay, go to the login. Yeah, we are navigating to the login if it is successful. So now I am going to enter some invalid passwords first. So I'll log in with the Roman credentials, roman195@gmail.com. Password is equal to, I will just 123. Let me open the network and also console. We don't have any errors. Network, login, password is incorrect. So we have the email but the password is incorrect. Now I will change the email. We should get the message like user does not exist. Login, so you can see user does not exist. So whatever the logic we are writing, we are getting the expected scenarios only. Now I am entering the password, valid password to 345678. Login. So this is the valid password that I have entered. Login. You can see login successful. Now I am in the home page. So if I see the local storage, I should have one string with the token. Super. Here you can see we got the token and we have the value. So this is our JWT token. So for all the requests from the next lecture, we have to send this token along with the headers. So first we have, suppose in the home page we just want to display the list of doctors. So the API call would be get all doctors. So in the get all doctors we have to send the headers with authorization bearer token. So the bearer token will be this JWT token. So in the backend we will verify this token in every API call. So if the token, if you decrypt this token, we will get the user ID. So if the user ID is present in the database, then only we will send the response to the front end. So we will also check the user ID present and also if the token is expired or not. So if you send this token after 1 day, it will be expired. So you will get the response like token expired and you have to re-log in. So there won't be any issues with the hackers, all those things, if you implement this kind of mechanism. So in the next lecture, we'll be working on that and we'll work on the protected routes first. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have completed the login mechanism. So now in this lecture we are going to work on the concept of protected routes and authorization. So even the user is logged into the interface, we have to check whether the user is authorized to that endpoint every time. That means except the login and registration APIs, remaining all the APIs are the protected routes. So if I go to the user route, here we are not having any middleware. We are directly comparing the values with the database, or we are directly storing the values to the database. So now I am going to create an endpoint which is a protected route. So for that protected route, we will receive the token and we will validate the token in the backend. If the token is valid, then only we are going to send the response to the front end. So first I am going to create one endpoint so you will understand better. So the endpoint name would be router.post get user info by ID. So in this endpoint we are going to send email and name to the user after successful login. So the function will be async. So here try catch block. So every time they will send only one thing to the backend, that is token, because they will be having only token they send. So here the user is logged in, but if you inspect these, we are having only the token with the user. We don't have any information like even the ID also. So the user will not know his ID also, so he will know only token. That token we have to send. So then only he could able to display the ID here or here somewhere in the layout part like that. So for the first time he will be having only the ID. Now, so I am going to create a middleware to validate the token. So I am going to create a new folder for that. Even if you write the logic here, but we have to use that logic for a lot of endpoints. So that's the reason I am going to make it as a separate file. Middleware dot or middlewares. So the first one I am going to write is auth middleware. Auth middleware dot JS. So here first you have to import the JWT. JWT is equal to required JSON web token. So here I am going to write export, or instead of export you just need to write module.exports is equal to, we will get three parameters: request, response and next. So first we will validate the JWT token with the request body, because in the request body we will be having the token, and we will call the next method. We will call the next method only if the token is valid. So let me check the auto suggestions. So this is my function. Now so here in the request body we will have the token in the headers part. So first of all let me call the endpoint, then you will understand better. So let's go to the client, src, pages, home. So in the home I am going to import the Axios, import Axios from Axios. Now I am going to write one use effect. So in this home page only I will call that function get user info by ID. That's all. So I just create a function get data. Here I'll just write const get data is equal to, so try catch block. So whenever you are writing try catch block, you must specify the function async. So here I am going to write const response is equal to await Axios dot post. We will use only post methods maximum. So /API /user /get user info by ID. So we will send only the token. So that token will be present in headers with the name authorization. So every time we use this format only. So authorization, and the value will be local storage dot get item. You should specify these in the so anyhow this will be string plus string, so that will be fine. So we will send API request with the headers authorization. So in the authorization we will decrypt that in the backend, not decrypt, we will split these in the backend and we will get the token. So if it is successful we will throw the response, else we will throw the error. So now I'm going to write clg response.data. In the catch block I'm going to write clg error. So until unless you complete this lecture, it is little bit confusing, so please be patient and listen. So it is very simple in the UI part. So every time whenever we are calling the API request except login and registration, we will send these headers. So what the headers will consist means the token in the authorization. So in the backend, every time in the auth middleware, we will check the token if the token is valid and if the token is having the validity. That means if it is not expired, then only we will send the response of that respective API endpoint. So now I'm going to write const token is equal to, it will be present in request dot headers of authorization. So here you have to keep the authorization in the small, here you have to keep the authorization in the capital while sending from the front end. So authorization dot split. Why I have written split? So if you observe in the home, I am having this space. Bearer, between the bearer and token we will be having this space. So after splitting, the first one will be bearer and the second one will be token. So that's the reason we have written the array index is equal to 1. So in this we will have the token. Now we have to verify whether this token is valid or not. This is the thing. Callback function. Yeah, I'll explain this, don't worry. So JWT, we have imported the JWT dot verify. The first parameter will be the token and the second parameter will be the secret key. So if you remember or not, I don't know, while implementing the login, we have encrypted the JWT with the help of a token which we have stored in the process.env file. So while decrypting, you have to get that. So with the help of that only you could able to decrypt. So token is equal to this one what we have got from the front end, and this is the secret key and this is the decoded. So in this decoded we will be having the user ID. So we will send, okay, we are having the error, right? So if there is any error, we are going to return status 401 and send message is equal to auth failed, and one more thing, success is equal to false. So that means if the token is invalid, we are going to send the message authorization failed. That means the token is modified or malware, or the token is expired, anything it could maybe. And then we are having else part. That means if it is success, we are going to simply call the next function. So we are going to call the next function, and for that request body we are going to attach the user ID. So that user ID will be present in the decoded with underscore ID, because we are encrypting the underscore ID format. Let's go and check in the email, not email, login route. If you go to the user route, so we are encrypting ID. Yeah, we are just encrypting ID. So that ID will consist user ID. So even if you put the direct user ID, it would be better, or else just keep the ID. Already we have written, right? So just keep ID. So in the token we will be having one ID property. That ID is nothing but user ID. So now the request body is attached with the user ID. Got it, right? So in the module.exports we have written this logic. So this logic also you have to write in the try catch block only. Try catch block, and make this function async. Make this function async. So in the catch block you just have to throw the error, same response dot status auth failed, success is equal to false, close the body. That's all. So this is only the little complicated thing in the authentication part. So this is called as the authorization. So even the user is login, so some of the APIs we will send the response to the only authorized users. So I will test the error scenarios also to you will understand better how it should work. So now the only thing is, whenever the API request is called, we will attach the user ID based on the token decryption. So if the token is decrypted, we will get the user ID. That user ID every time we will attach to the request body. That's all. Now let's go to the user route. So here this try block will execute only after implementing the token decryption. So here I will call that middleware. const auth middleware is equal to require dot middleware slash auth middleware. So here I am going to call it auth middleware. So first, with the whenever this API endpoint is called, the first auth middleware is going to execute. If the token is valid, then it will call the next method. Next method is nothing but this callback function. That's all. So now I am going to write const user is equal to await user dot find one. So we are going to find with the help of request dot user ID. I think request dot body dot user ID. Let me check. Yeah, so here it is attaching directly to the request. I am going to attach to the body, not the request. Yeah, request dot body dot user ID. So here also I will use the same thing, request dot body dot user ID. So for the first time we will not get the user ID for the in the body. So once we decode the token, then only we will get the user ID in the next method. So now I am going to send the response to the client as if does not user. We are going to send user does not exist, else we will send the success response dot status 200 user found. So we don't require the message here because it is the normal route. Success true, data is equal to user. I am not going to send the complete user. I will send only just name is equal to user dot name, email is equal to user dot email. That's all. I won't send the password because the user should not see the password in the client. So we will send only this response. So in the catch block, anyhow we will throw the error if anything goes wrong. Response dot status 500, send a message is equal to error getting user info, success false. That's all. So superb, everything is looking good. So let's see, we are getting an error in the backend. Internal modules, you cannot find auth middleware. What we have written, let's see, dot slash, yeah. So we have written 2 dots. Again it is throwing the error. Cannot found. Okay, this is the issue with auto GitHub pilot. Sometimes it will not work properly. Dot slash, where I have written exactly middlewares, slash auth middleware, auth middle. Okay, the spelling is wrong here. Middle. Okay, let me connect here only. Rename auth middleware. So here also I'll use the same thing, auth middleware. Now this time it should work, I hope, without any errors. Again it got crashed. Let me check what is the error. Still it is showing the same thing. Cannot find module auth middleware. Okay, we just need to put the 2 dots now. Superb. Now we don't have any errors. So dot slash middlewares is the folder name and auth middleware is the file name. Now if I refresh the home, I should get the user info if the token is valid. Let's hope the best. So inspect network, refresh, see network. So we got an error. Let's see. So auth failed, that means the token is invalid. Let's see the payload. So if you observe, we are sending the payload in the request body. So this is the invalid. It should go from the header. So here you can see we don't have this header. So in that scenario, what you have to do means, in the home.js, the first parameter will be the payload. Payload is empty, and the second parameter will be the headers. Now it should work. Now we don't have anything in the payload. If you see headers, we have the authorization and we have the token. So this is fine in the UI, but still the backend is getting crashed. Let me see. So user route object res. In the user route, in the 75 line, we have an error. Okay, it should be at the top. Response.throw error. Now let's hit the API once again. Still it is crashing. Response is not defined. Okay. Yeah, so here we don't have the request and response. That's the reason it is getting crashed. Request and response. Now let's refresh. So we don't have any error in the backend. Let's go and check in the UI. Get user info, preview, superb. Here you can see we got the name, we got the email. Success is equal to true. So our authorization is working fine now. Let's go and change something in the UI. So it will remove these errors. Yeah, we don't have any errors from the backend. We have only this warning and button reused error. So now we have tested the valid scenario. This means happy path. Now I am going to test the error scenario. I am going to change something in the token part and I will call the API. So it will throw the error now. So this is the token, right? So for the first letter I am going to remove the E. Press enter. Now if I refresh the page, it has to throw the error, and that is our expected scenario. Let's see. You can see we got an error. Auth failed because we have changed the token. So even if you change one line in the token also, it will throw the error. Now I am going to keep it as it is by adding the E. Now it has to throw the success response. You can see success. So this is about the authorization. So we also need to implement the protected routes in the front end, but that we will discuss later. So by this we have completed the authentication with login, registration, JWT token, password hashing, as well as the protected routes in the backend. So thank you. See you in the next section. Welcome back, guys. In this section we are going to work on the Redux setup as well as the showing loaders whenever the API request is in the processing state. So we can also show the loaders based on the use state hooks in every page, but it is very complicated and it is not a feasible solution. So that's the reason we are going to create a reducer. There we will have two functions, show loading, hide loading. So we can call that function from all the pages wherever we want, whenever the API request is required. So I think we had already installed the Redux related libraries. Let me go and cross check in the front end. So in this section we won't be opening any backend related code. So let's close everything in the backend. Yeah, so this is the package.json in the front end. If I go to the dependencies, I'll be having Redux, and we also need React Redux. Okay, Redux Toolkit. So let me install the React Redux. npm install react-redux. So we require these three properties, not three properties, three npm modules to work with the Redux. So here you can see we got the React Redux library also. Now I'm going to restart it. npm start. So in the meantime I'm going to create a new folder in the src with the name Redux. So in this Redux, first I'm going to create a reducer, alerts reducer.js. So alerts reducer is nothing but loading and hiding. So it is a process of alert. Now I am going to write export const. So we can write, the server got restarted. Let me close this. Yeah, so export const alert slice or alert slice. So here in the new Redux Toolkit terminology, we need not to call the reducer. We have to create the slice and we have to export the reducers from that slice. So for that you just need to import the create slice. So here you can see I'm getting the suggestions. So the first one will be name of the slides. The name of the slice will be alerts. Then we will be having the initial state. So in the initial state, I'll be having only one parameter, that is loading. So by default, loading is equal to false. So this is my initial state. I'm going to close the initial state. Then I'll create the reducers. So here you can see I got the reducers. So I got a function set loading. State.loading is equal to action.payload. So instead of set loading, what I will do means I'll first of all I'll close these reducers, and here my first function will be show loading. Show loading. State.loading is equal to true. I need not to open the action also. So I just need state.loading is equal to true. Then I'll be having hide loading. State.loading is equal to false. So every time I will call these functions only, show loading, hide loading. So based on the loading, I'm going to show the loader and I'm going to hide the loader. And now I'll close this slice. Yeah. So we have created the alert slice. Now we have to export this with the help of reducers. Now I'm going to write const show loading, hide loading is equal to alert slide dot actions. It's not action, yeah, actions only. So here you just need to write export. That's all. So we have to call this function. So it is going to change the value of the initial state. By default, loading is false, right? So whenever we call the show loading, that means whenever we dispatch show loading from the pages, so it is going to change the state to true. If it is true, it is going to change the false. That means we will call the hide loading function. So this is the slice. So this is based on the new Redux Toolkit terminology. So if you don't have any idea in this, so you just have to go through the Redux Toolkit topics. So first of all, you have to import this create slice from the Redux Toolkit. Import create slice. Create slice from Redux Toolkit. Yeah. So previously we used to write constant, actions, dispatch, all those things. So in the Redux Toolkit we did not write all those things. So it is very simple now. So we just need to write the initial state and we need to call the reducers directly from the pages. So now you have to create the store. So you just need to have one file called as the store in the Redux store.js. So here first I am going to import the create store or configure store from the Redux library. Import configure store from Redux Toolkit, and then we just need to import the we just need to create the root reducer. So we have only alert reducer, right? Here also we can create, that's not a problem. For that you just need to import combine reducers from the combine reducers from Redux. I think that's all we need here. And also import the alerts reducer, alert slice, or just you can call it as the alerts reducer, or just keep it alert slice only. Here also replace the name to alert slice. We will forgot the name of the reducer. Alert slice. Yeah. So now I'm going to write const root reducer is equal to combine reducer, and we are going to call the reducer name as alerts. So we have only one reducer. The reducer name, no, sorry, I am also getting the name reducer only. So it is slice actually. So we are having only one slice. So we just have written alert slice dot reducer. That's all. Now I am going to write export Oh, we just need to write create store, right? Const store is equal to configure store, reducer is equal to root reducer. That's all. Now export default store. So we have written the store now. Now we just need to import this store in the index.js. Let's go to the index.js. So here we just need to import the provider first. Provider should be imported from the React Redux. Import provider from React Redux, and here you just need to remove this react.streetMode and keep it provider, and here also you just need to write provider. So now you just need to provide the store. Store is equal to this one. Oh, sorry. Store, what we have exported in the store.js file. Yeah, that's all. So here we are getting an error in the src redux store.js cannot resolve Redux Toolkit. What the hell is this? We have written Redux Toolkit. Let me import it once again. Redux Toolkit. I think we have to specify the @ symbol in the npm install. There's the reason. Yeah, it's expecting an @ symbol. I'll reinstall now. Npm start. This time it should not throw any errors. Here you can see the server is getting restarted. Starting the development server. Let's remove this commented code. Come on, come on. Alert slide, create slice, everything is looking good. Yeah, so the only thing is here you have to mention the reducer, alert slice dot reducer, whatever the slice it may be, you just have to put it. So here you can see we didn't got any errors. It should work now. Compiling. When in the index.js also we need to save it. Yeah, we got the home, that means it is working. Even this is the login page. Even if I refresh, it is working fine. So to check our Redux setup is successful or not, we just need to print the alert reducer in the console. So let's go and get the alert in any one of the page. In the login only I will get. So here I'll just write const loading. I'm going to destructure loading from use selector state is equal to state dot, the slice name will be alerts. So use selector is not defined here. Let me import it. We also need to import the use dispatch also. Use selector and use dispatch from React Redux. Yeah, so now let's see. We should have the loading value in the console. Where is the value? I didn't got any value. Refresh. Still I didn't got any value. Let me cross check. This is login page. Oh, I have not written the console statement. Console.log loading. Yeah, here you can see now I got the value. So if I change it to true in the reducer, I will get the value true. So don't confuse when I call slice and reducer, both are same, just the terminology is changed. So the process will be same. nothing but state management. So here by default I am going to call it true. So now it will be printed as true. If I refresh, here you can see we got true. So our Redux setup is successful. So in the next lecture we are going to see how to call these functions loading, show loading and hide loading, and how to represent the loaders. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have completed the Redux setup in our application. So in this lecture we are going to work on the show loading and hide loading functions. So now let me delete this show loading and hide loading from the login. So here I just write const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. So here you can see in the try block, first I am going to write dispatch show loading. That means whenever the try block is called, we are going to call the show loading function. So the loader will be displayed. Of course we have not written the logic for displaying the loader. I will write later. So first let me check this. So then whatever the result it may be, if it is success or false, we need to hide the loader. That means dispatch hide loading. Dispatch hide loading. That's all. Even in the catch block also I am going to write dispatch hide loading. That's all we need. Let's go to the register and do the same thing. So we need to import the use dispatch. First let me write directly. Sometimes the auto import will work and it will import automatically. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. No, I'm not sure why it is not working. Auto snippets are not working. Import use dispatch from React Redux. Now I got this. Why this stuff it's throwing error? Const dispatch is declared const what is this error? Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Okay, I'll copy the same thing and I'll put it here. Still it is throwing the error. I don't know why. Dispatch Control S. Let's see. Yeah, it's a normal error. I think it got executed, but it is throwing. Yeah, now it has gone. Maybe cache issue. So if I go to register also, here you can see there is nothing here. Now let me call the functions. Whenever the try block is executing, we are going to show the show loading. We are going to call the show loading. After getting the response, hide loading. Getting the response, hide loading. Even for the catch block also it should be hide loading. That's all. So now we need a loader to represent whenever the API request is in processing state. That loader should be present in the app.js because it is the common thing. So in the browser router I am going to create dot loader loader parent. Loader parent. In this I am going to write a bootstrap spinner. So let me go to the bootstrap and we will copy the bootstrap spinner. You can copy anything. Bootstrap spinner. We also have the spinner in the entity, but I don't like that. So I like the bootstrap spinner. So here you can see normal spinner. Just copy this and put it inside this spinner border, and we also have the colors. Later I will add the colors. First let's make it work and we can remove this span. We just need the spinner border. Spinner okay, here I will write spinner parent and spinner border. Spinner parent, spinner border. That's nice. We need to add some styling to this. So first let's see whether it is loading or not. Yeah, here you can see we are getting this. Now I need this at the center of the page. So let's go to the index.css and let's go to common styling. Yeah, this is the common styling. So at the top only I will write dot spinner parent. Dot spinner parent. I am going to write display is equal to flex, justify content is equal to center, align items is equal to center, height is equal to 100 VH. That means it will take the complete height and complete width, and whatever the items which are present in the spinner parent will be aligned at the center. Let's see. Here you can see it is at the center. Now we just need to add one more thing. Opacity is equal to 0.5. This is looking good. Background color is equal to black. Black is too okay. Let me write 0.8. Now I will write position fixed. Something went wrong here, let me check. Position fixed, top 0, left 0, and z index is equal to 9999, and even the background color also I will decrease the opacity. Here I'll make it 0.7, and here I will remove the opacity. You can remove the height also, because anyhow we have written position top 0, left 0. Just remove the height, and now it should work. Why it is showing here? Let me write height and width 100%, width 100%, height 100%. Superb. Here you can see now it is working as expected. So you can adjust this color based on the background color opacity. So if you decrease it, it will look light like this. So I will show you how it will work. So now if I go to login, not login, app.js, I will show this whenever the loading is true. Okay, first let me keep it, and I am going to bring that loading. Const loading is equal to use selector, state is equal to state dot alerts. So for this you just need to import the use selector. Yeah, now the import is also working fine. So here I'll just write if loading is equal to true, then only you just need to render that loader. That's all. And also we need to have this spinner border height and width increased. Dot spinner border. So width 3 rem, height 3 rem. 3 is nothing but 3 into 16 is equal to 48 pixels. 48 pixel is not enough for me. I want 5 rem, 5 rem. 16 into 5 is equal to, if I hover on this, I'm not getting anything. So basically 1 rem is nothing but 16 pixels, 5 rem is nothing but 80 pixels. Both height and width will be 80 pixels. So now cross check. Yeah, here you can see it's looking good. And we can also change the color. So spinner border color is equal to white, and we can make it important. Yeah, this looks much better. Now I will go to the alert slice, and I'll make the initial loading false. Format document. Let's close everything here. Now if I go to login, and I'll log in with the Roman details, Roman 195, I'll enter the invalid password. So first it will show the loader and it will show the message. Here you can see loader password is incorrect. We can observe the everything beauty like this. So let's adjust some opacity of the background color. Index.css. So let's make it 0.7. Here you can see we could able to see the loading animation and everything, highlighting of the background color with opacity, everything clearly. Now I will enter the success one. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Login. Superb. Redirect into home page. Login successful. So like this you have to write the Redux setup as well as the loaders. So now even in the home page also, if there is any processing of the API, we can call that show loading and hide loading function. We need not to use the loading and loader symbol in every page, all the things. So we have to write everything global to make the efficient and readable code. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the concept of the protected and public routes. So if you go to the app.js, we'll be having 3 routes now: login, register and home. So here the home is protected route. That means whenever the token is present in the local storage, then only we have to render the home, else we have to show the login page. And if the token is already present in the local storage, and if it is a valid token, and if the user tries to navigate to the login and registration, we have to force the user to go to the home page. So these are called as the protected and public routes. So first we will see the protected routes. So I am going to create a folder called as the components, not file, it is a folder, components. So in this components folder, first I am going to create protected route .js. So it's as usual functional component. So in this functional component we will receive the props. So whatever the props we will receive, we are going to render it directly inside the div. But before that we will check the conditions, if the token is present or not, all those things. So first thing, if there is local storage dot get item token, okay, we can return like this. Yeah, instead of returning here we can also return like this. We can return props.children, else we will redirect the user to login. So for that you just need to import one component from the user, what it is, React router DOM, that is navigate. Import navigate from React router DOM. So if there is no user, I am going to return navigate to login. That's all. So I think we are good. Now let's go to the app.js. So for the home page, I am going to wrap everything in the protected route. Home. Now let's see. If I refresh, I'll be in the home page. Now I'll go to the local storage and I'll clear this token. Now I will refresh. I should navigate to the login page. Here you can see I have navigated to the login page because there is no user. So even the token is there, we have to verify the token. Anyhow in the home page they will navigate. For the first call only we will be verifying the token. So if the token is invalid, they will again navigate it to the login page. So even if you don't write the condition here to validate the token also, there won't be any problem. So if the token is present, we will navigate to the home page. So of course that is also a problem. So here also we can verify it, but there will be lot of API calls if we have to do. So that's the reason I'm avoiding, but if you want we will implement in the coming lectures if you get any errors or those things. So right now this is enough. Now let's go to the public route. Create a public route. Public route dot JS RFCE. So here it is somewhat similar and somewhat different. Just copy everything here from here and put it here itself. So if the token is already there, we should navigate to the home page. In the if condition, you have to write this, and in the else condition, you have to write this. Why I have written separate files for this small amount of code is, even in the coming lectures, if you want to write more logic also, that would be better if you have separate files. Return props.children. Here also I will write props. This is the public route. Now I am going to wrap both registration and login in the public routes. Public route. Here also public route. So navigate is undefined in the public route. Let me import the navigate. So GitHub Copilot is helping me a lot to finish the course in less time. Yeah, now let's see the magic. So now I'm going to log in with the Roman credentials. Roman 195, password 123456778, login. So login successful, redirected to home page. So there is nothing here. You can see still it is showing login. So something went wrong. So what the hell is this? If local storage.get item, we will navigate to the login, which is the public. In the app.js, we have written public route for the login and register, and remaining it will be protected only. So in the protected, we have written props.children or navigate. Let's see in the local storage first. We have the token. Oh, something went wrong here. You can see if I open the network, somewhere I can see here. You can see maximum update depth exceeded. You can have. So there is an issue in the protected route and public routes. It is calling continuously. So let me delete the user from the local storage. Application, I'll delete the user. Now I'll click on the login. Now let's see the console. Now there is no error. Only in the home page we have that error. Why it is throwing the error? Once again I will log in. roman195@gmail.com, password 123456778, login. Here you can see it is keep on increasing, maximum depth exceeded. Let's find out the error. Application, delete everything, login. Now let's go to the protected route. So here we have written function protected route. If local storage.get item, I am returning the props.children, else return navigate. Why it is throwing the error then? Okay guys, I got the issue. Here you can see in the public right we have written the wrong statement. So if the local storage.get item token is true, we just need to write navigate to home page, not this. Yeah, now let's see. It got stopped. It's successful and we got the response. Now let's log in one more time. So if I go to the login page also, I should navigate to home. Even if I open the new tab, I'll try to navigate to the register. Because the user is already present, that's the reason I'll be navigating to the home. I'll try to navigate to the login. That's all. Now I will show you one more thing. So I'll delete the user, and now if I refresh, I should navigate to the login page. That's all. So our both public and protected routes are working fine. So thank you. See you in the next section. So from the next section, it will be our complete project oriented. So as of now, we have not started anything about the project. We have implemented the basic concepts like authentication, loaders, Redux, all those things. So in the next lecture, we'll be working on the default layout for our doctors and patient layout. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this section we are going to work on the layout of our application. So first of all, I will show you the demo of layout in the deployed version, so you will understand better what we are building and how we are building. So here you can see this is the deployed version. So I'm going to log in with one of the credentials in the deployed version. So there will be 3 logins basically: user login, doctor login and admin login. Now I am going to have the user credentials to login: arjun@gmail.com, and password will be 1234567 login. So here you can see this is the user layout. So in the user layout you will be having the left nav bar, top header and the content area. So in the left nav bar you will be having the menus like home, appointments, apply doctor. A user can apply a doctor account if he is a doctor, and logout. And here you will be having the notifications, and here you will be having the username of the logged in. So here this is the project title. So this is the layout for the user. So if you log in with the admin credentials, the layout will be different. That means the content will be same here, menus will be different. For the admin you will be having different menu, and for the admin for the doctor also you will be having the different menu. So basically we have to design the layout for 3 different roles: user, doctor and admin. So the remaining header and content will be same. The nav bar, menu items will be different for 3 different roles. So this is the layout. So in the deployed version I have built this layout with the entity layout component, but in the current version I am not going to use that, because even if we use the entity layout we have to customize lot of CSS classes. So instead we can build our own from scratch. So now I am going to log in with my credentials in the current version. So this is Shehaldi dev. I am going to log in with roman195@gmail.com, password 1234567 login. So by the end of this section we are going to get this layout from the deployed version. Let's get started. So layout is the reusable component. We have to use this layout in many pages like home, appointments, apply doctor, everything. So in every page the layout would be same, so we will use the reusable component. So close everything in the server side. So the complete section will be based on the client side only. Let me close everything. Yeah, so just expand src and components. So in these components I am going to create a new file called as the layout.js. So I'll just write RFCE functional component. So in this layout first I am going to write one more div. I'll just write class name deflex, and I will write layout. And for this I am going to write the class name main. So this is the main and this is the layout, and in this layout you will be having 2 different divs. The first one will be sidebar, class name is equal to sidebar, and then we'll be having the div. In this div the class name will be content. In this content we'll be having again 2 sections, dot header and dot body. So this is the structure. So here you can see this is the main layout, that means page. In this main layout we are going to apply padding 20 or 30. I'll just apply padding 20. So from all the sides we will get the padding 20. Then we'll be having layout. Though here we have applied deflex, that means side by side display flex. So if you observe we have written Sidebar means this, and the next one will be this area, content. Again in the content we have the header, that means this area, and the body this area. So I'll write some of the text in everything, so you will understand better. So this is sidebar and this is content, oh sorry, header, and this is the body. So basically in the body we are going to render the pages. So what I will do means I am going to receive the props by destructuring the children, and I am going to return the children. Now let's go to the home page. So here we are having the content directly in the div, right? So you can get rid of this and have the layout as the parent element, and inside the layout you can render whatever you want. I'll just write h1 home page, format document. Now let's see, it's getting compiled. So here you can see, if I see the output, first I got sidebar, then I got header, then I got home page. That means the body area. So our structure is successful. Now we are going to have some width and heights for the everything. So for the layout I will be having a separate CSS file. So in the components only I will create that, or else in the src only just create one file, layout.css, because we have to write lot of styling for the layout. So the first one will be, so I'll remove these also, even the main, everything should be in the layout.css only. So the first one would be dot main. Dot main should have from all the sides padding 20 pixels. Then I'll be having dot sidebar. So background color should be what it is, our theme color. So let's go and find it in the primary button. Yeah, so this is my background color, and right now I don't require any padding. If I want, I will add it later. So I just write border radius 5px and box shadow 2px gray. That's all. So for the sidebar I want margin right should be 10px or 20px. So right now just give 20px. Then I want we will be having header, dot header. So here also it is giving some suggestions. Let's accept everything, but we don't want the header color should be theme. So I want normal white color. Background color should be white, and I just want the box shadow, and padding I will remove right now. And for the header I want margin bottom, because bottom of the header we will be having the body content. So I want margin bottom 20px, and sidebar height should be 100 vh, and header height should be, right now I just write height should be 15 vh. Now let's have the dot body. So dot body background color should be white, border radius 5px, box shadow, margin bottom not required. Anyhow we will be having the padding in the layout, so we don't require the margin bottom. I think we are good. Now let's see the output, how it is looking. So let's refresh. Actually we have to import this file in the layout.js. Let's go to the layout.js and import dot slash, I think dot slash layout dot css. Let's see. Superb. Here you can see we got as our expected thing. So we just need to have some height and width things. So first of all, the header and what it is, home page should take the complete width available. So let's go to the layout.css, and for the sidebar right now I'm just adding padding 10 px and width is equal to 250 px. Cool. And header should be complete. So width 100%. It's not taking. Oh, it is not taking. Okay, for body also I'll just write width is equal to 100%. Actually we forgot one more class here, because if you go to the layout we'll be having the content. So for the content also you have to write the styling. It's just width. So dot content. So width is equal to 100%. Yeah, height also 100%. Whatever it is there. Height also 100%. Now let's see. Yeah, this is looking good. Now let's decrease the height of the header. So instead of 15 VH, let's make it 10, and here let's make it 90. Yeah, this is looking good now. So we got sidebar, we got header, and we got home page. I think, yeah, it is 100%. But here you can see we cannot see the margin on padding at the bottom. We could see the space left, bottom and right, but we don't have the space at the bottom. So I'll try to resolve it. What is the issue? So here for the main we will be having for everything sidebar. Okay, after the main we should have the sidebar, then we should have the content. Okay, so instead of 100 VH I'll just write 100%. 100%, and here also main is equal to height 100%, or for the main you can write 100 VH because it is the parent element. Okay, height 100 VH is not taking. I'll just write min height. Now it is taking, but we don't have the space at the bottom. Okay, I'll leave it for now. Then what we will do, so I think the issue is with the height of the body. So here you can see we have written height of the body is equal to 90 VH. So if you could decrease this to match the layout, so everything will be perfect. So I will try 85. Yeah, we need to decrease some more. Let's make it 82. Yeah, this is perfect. Here you can see we are getting spaces from all the sides, even the box shadows. So sidebar is looking good, header is looking good, and home page is also looking good. So even if you go to the mobile view also, the height and width will be good. So later we will write the collapsing and expanding logic in the next lecture. So right now let's focus on the structure. So we got our structure what we require in the deployed version. Here you can see it would be same. I think the width of the header or navbar should be increased. So what we have given 250, let's make it 300. I think now it's perfect. So in the next lecture we'll be working on the menu items. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the menu items for the layout. So here you can see in the sidebar we have to add the menu items with the icons, and also should have the select highlight feature. That means the selected menu should be highlighted. So first at the top we are going to have our brand title or project title, and in the header we should have one button to expand and collapse. So even if you expand the complete navbar also, there won't be any problem, or if you want to display the icons, you can display it. That's up to you. Now let's see. Let's go to layout.css. So this will be very long lecture. So we are going to build the complete sidebar in this. Go to layout. Now first I am going to create a menu with the items. Const, and also first we have to use one library called remix icons for all our icons. So Entity provides the icons, but it doesn't have all the icons. So I'll use one of the CDN library, remix icons. Here we'll be having a lot of icons, and it is an open source. Here you can see. So I feel this is the best compared to font awesome, flat icons, all the things. So just click on the CDN, copy this and put it in the index.html. And close it. Now I'm going to create const user menu. Const user menu is equal to, it is an array. So for every menu there will be name, link and icon. So icon we are going to store the class. Let's keep this empty first. Instead of link we can call it as path. On clicking on this home, where it should go. Then we'll be having we don't require profile, we require the next menu should be appointments. If the user is having any appointments, it will be the second menu, name, path, appointments. Icon will be empty, and the next one will be this is also not a profile, this is apply doctor. So if you are a doctor and if you signed into the application, you can apply for the doctor account. So where the admin will confirm if you are a doctor or not by providing all the security details, all those things. Apply doctor, icon will be empty. And right now I'm going to give the profile is not required anyhow, we will be having in the header. So just give the fourth one as profile. If you require, if you don't require anymore, we will remove it later. So the last one will be logout. Don't worry about the logout now. Yeah, so we have the user menu ready. Now I am going to write const menu to be rendered. Menu to be rendered is equal to user menu. That's all. So now this is the sidebar, right? In this sidebar I am going to write the logic. The first one will be sidebar header. So I am going to close this right now. So in the sidebar header we are going to show our company title. So right now I'll just keep the text as h1 and the text should be sh, stay healthy. Then we'll be having the actual menu, dot menu I will write, dot menu. So in this menu we are going to loop through the menu to be rendered items, and we are going to return, for every iteration we are going to return a div which is the combination of an icon. So how to render these CDN icons, let's see. Remix icons. So if I click on this, I'm getting the I class. So just copy this and paste it here, and this should be class name, and here I'll be having the exact class of the menu. So menu dot icon. menu.icon, and this should be class name is equal to d-flex. So then we'll be having a link tag which will navigate to the respective path. So in the link tag name will be menu.path, and it should menu.name. Then the link should navigate to the to prop, and it should be in the curly braces menu.path. That's all, I think. So I'm getting an error here. Okay, we need to close this actually. Yeah, now it's perfect. So now let's apply the link is not defined. Let's import the link. Auto import is not working. Import link from React Router DOM. Now let's copy the icon classes. So first we'll be having the home. So we can copy any one of the home here. Yeah, this is looking good actually, the first one. So you just need to copy this class name and put it here in the icon. Then we'll be having the appointments. So just search. If you don't have the appointments, you can also search like list. Yeah, list. Copy and put it here. Then we'll be having doctor, apply doctor account. So or else I'll write health. Yeah, apply doctor account, hospital. Yeah, this looks good. Even if you scroll down, you will be having some more icons. Here you can see apply doctor account. Yeah, first we will copy, then we will change if required. Then we'll be having profile and logout. Profile, instead of profile I'll search user. Yeah, this looks good. User, and the last one will be logout. This looks fine. Copy and paste it here. Yeah, now let's see the output, how horrible it is looking. Wow. It's looking almost as expected. So first, for the link tag we have to add one class. Okay, we will style everything in the CSS only. So this is the div, right? So for this div we have written dflex, and you can also remove this dflex and write menu item. So for this menu item we have to write the styling now. So go to the layout.css, where it is. Yeah, so after having all these things, we'll be having the menu styling dot menu item. So the first one will be margin top 25px, or even we can also write 30. That looks clean. Now dot menu item will be having anchor tag, which should have color white in the normal scenario. This looks clean, and also I will increase the font size. Font size is equal to 20px. 20 is too high, let's make it 18. That looks clean. Now we'll be having dot menu item and span element. For this span element also color should be white, so text decoration should be none, font size should be 18px. So it is a span element, right? Let's check. Okay, it is I, not span. Yeah, now we have the menus items also ready. So now for the menu item we are going to have some space, margin left, margin right 20px, looking very clean. So let's decrease some opacity for these colors. I don't want the complete white. Let's have 0.7 plus. Yeah, this looks clean. So here you can see, even if you click on the home, it's go to home, appointments, apply doctor, everything is working fine. So we got the menu ready. Now whenever the menu is active, we have to highlight it. So now what I will do, so for the icon, instead of having margin right, I'm going to have margin 0 and 15. So margin top and bottom 0 and left and right should be 15. Yeah, this looks much better now. And for the complete menu, dot menu, I'll be having margin top is equal to at least 50 pixels between the title and this. Let's make it 100. Yeah, so anyhow we are writing everything from scratch, so we can write the responsive classes also very easily. So if we write entity classes, it's difficult to override in the responsive, all those things. So right now it is easy. So now whenever the route is active, we have to highlight it. So now I'm going to write that. So here I'm going to write dot active menu item. So for active menu item, the color should be white, and background color should be same like this but somewhat dark. I'll choose this down. Now I'm going to write when the menu should be active. So I'm going to write one thing here, const location is equal to use location. Now here I'm going to write const is active is equal to location dot path name equal to menu dot path. If it is same, we are going to write is active. Now here we are going to check the condition for the menu item. So I'll just write the backticks. Yeah, so if is active, we are going to write a class called as, let's see what class we have written, active menu item. Active menu item. That's all. Here you can see now the home is active. So we just need to write some styling for the active menu item now. So padding should be 5px and border radius should be 5px. That's all. Here you can see as like the deployed version. So we got everything. So if you go to the appointments route will be active as like. So right now we don't have the pages, so that's the reason only home is active. So even if you go to the appointments, whenever the route is ready, it will be active, and I will show you then. So we are done with the structure, and we are also done with the navbar. So now the thing is, we have to add the collapsing and expanding facility for the navbar. So in the next lecture we are going to work on that. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the collapsing and expanding functionality for the side navbar in our application. So first of all, in the header we should have some icon like cross mark, and at the right side we should have some icons like notifications as well as the logged in user profile. So let's go to the layout .css. Where is it? Yeah, layout.css. So we'll be having this header, right? So for this header I'm going to write display flex, align items important, align item center, and justify content, space between. That's all. Now let's go to the index.css. Already it is there. Layout.js. So this is the header, right? So in this header, the first one will be a span element or directly I. Let's copy the icon directly, remix icons, close. Yeah, this one. Copy this. Need to copy the complete thing. Copy and put it here, and let's make it class name. And now let's go to the thing. Here you can see we got this. Now I'm going to write some styling for this. So close icon. So layout.css, or else we can write one thing. For all the remix icons I'm going to write the same styling, remix icons. So this should be the normal one, right? That means global one. So let's go to the index.css, and we'll be having a section like common styling. So here I'm going to write, after the anchor event I'm going to write dot remix icons, I think icons, remix icons. Font size should be, I think we have given 18px. Now let's see, it got applied. Let's see the class name. Yeah, remix icons. What is this? Let's make it important. Okay, something went wrong here. Let's close this, because sometimes you may have to use the different color for the icons. So let's write in the index.css only dot close icon. So just write font size 20 pixel, and color should be black, not white, it should be black. And let's go and write this class name for the icon. Close icon. Still it is not showing. Let's refresh. Let me inspect this. What is the issue? I think we have to override. Here you can see font family, it is having the default thing. Let me override. Close icon. Yeah, now it's perfect. So let's make it 30. Yeah, it's looking good. So it should be cursor pointer, and padding left is equal to 10 px. Yeah, so when we click on this should expand and it has to show only icons. That means only at least somewhat 50 pixels are like that width. So now we have to do that with the help of menu. So this is the sidebar, right? Now I am going to write dot collapsed sidebar, apply the same thing whatever you have here and make it width 50, or else you can also make it 0 if you want, if you don't want to show the icons. Now let's go to the layout.js and have a state const so collapsed set collapsed react.useState. Initially it is false. So whenever we click on these where it is close icon, yeah, this is the close icon, we are going to write on click set collapsed is equal to true, set collapsed true. And now for this menu here also you have to write, so not for this menu, yeah, for this sidebar you just need to write the class name. If it is collapsed, then the class name should be collapsed sidebar, else it should be normal sidebar. Let's see we have the exact last name or not. Collapsed sidebar. So later I will adjust the width based on the icon sizes, all those things. Yeah, now let's see first. Okay, it's not adjusting. I have not even clicked, but it is, I don't know why. I think initially collapsed should be false, not true. Initially it should be expanded actually. Yeah, so now I will click on this, so it got collapsed. So now I will increase the width, so let's make it 100. Is too high. Let's make it 80. It is also to waste 70. 70 is also high. Let's make it 60. Yeah, 60 is somewhat looking good. And here we have to add something like okay, I'll do one thing now. Instead of expanding this or changing this width, I'll remove this width first. Width property here and also here. We could have something like we have this link, right? So we are going to show this link only if sidebar collapsed is false. If not collapsed, we are going to show the link, else we will show only icon. That's all. Here you can see now it is looking very clean. So if it is already collapsed, we should have the hamburger to expand, so we can avoid those width classes, all those things. So this is the icon, right? If it is not collapsed, or first I will write if it is collapsed we are going to write one icon, else we are going to render another icon. So now if it is already collapsed, we have to show the hamburger. Now I will copy the class of hamburger. I'll just write menu here. I'll copy this and I'll add the icon here. Oh, I just need the icon. That's all. Put it here. So instead of close icon, just write header action icon. Header action icon. And here also just use the same name, header action icon. And here also, where is the icon? Instead of close icon, just use header action icon. Now let's see. Okay, by default it is expanded. I'm going to click on this, got hamburger. So again, if you click on this, it should make the thing false, the collapsed false. Here it should be false. That's all. Here you can see. So if you want to apply some padding to the menu also, you can apply. Let's have some padding. In the mobile view, we will decrease it. Only in the desktop view we will have. So we don't require this collapsed sidebar now. Even for the layout also, here just make it just sidebar. Just make this sidebar. We'll see. Nothing got broken. Now this is the sidebar, right? So I'm going to write padding. Okay, padding top and bottom, it is okay. And we'll be having menu instead of this. Let's add for the menu, I'll just write padding top and bottom. I don't want anything, and but left and right I want 25 pixels. 25 is too high. Let's make it 20. That's all. Now the menu is looking very clean. So expand, collapse, expand, collapse. So now in the mobile view we are going to decrease it later, or else let's write now itself. So instead of waiting the time, here you can see we are going to decrease this space. That's all in the mobile view. Or else we can directly hide the side navbar when we click on the close icon in the mobile view. That's up to you, but my responsibility is teach you how to change the styling in the mobile view. So I'm going to do that now. So I'll just write dot media screen. So I got the snippet, max width 768. Let's close everything. What I will do means, so I'm having this menu, right? Dot menu. For this I'm going to have margin or padding 0 and just 5px. Now let's go to the mobile view. Why it is not applied? Let's open directly in the mobile. Let's choose. Okay, here it is not applied. Something went wrong. Oh, the spelling is wrong. Menu. Yeah, now it is perfect. So here they can see the content and they can see the output. So if you want to hide this complete navbar also, you can hide it. So you just need to make the width 0 whenever the navbar is collapsed in the mobile view. But this looks good for me, so I'll choose this. So let's make this expanded. So that's all guys, this is about the navbar. So even in the desktop view also this much space is not required. So just make it 10. It's not looking good. 10. Yeah, This I feel better. Only for the link, just add some padding. Let's go to the menu item, padding 0 and 10 px. Yeah, this looks cool. So that's all guys, we are done with the layout. So from the next section we'll be working on the Doctor APIs. Thank you. Hold on, so we forgot one thing in the layout. So here you can see in the deployed version we'll be having this notification icon as well as the logged in user profile. So we missed this, so let's complete that and we'll go. Okay, let's go to the layout, go to header. So in the header, this is the first part, and in the second part we'll be having the div. Again, this is the dflex, class name is equal to dflex. First we'll be having the notification icon. Let's copy that, notify. You can choose any one of these. I'll choose this, copy and put it here, make it class name, and also layout action icon, Now let's see. Here you can see we got this menu. So not menu, the icon. So the spelling is wrong, maybe the class name spelling is wrong. Let's check it. If we expand this, we will get it here, header action icon. Yeah, now the size got increased. Now we have to add the logged in user name. So the logged in user name will be present in the form of token only. So what I will do means, in the protected route or in the layout or anywhere, we will destructure, we will have an API call to get the user details, and we will put that in the Redux. So I'm going to do that right away. Use effect, snippet. So I'm going to write const. So first we have to create a reducer. Let's go to the Redux, copy everything here and make it one more. User slice.js, RFCE. So wherever there is alert slice, let's make it user slice. Let's make it user slice, and we need only one function, that is set user. So every time whenever the page is reloaded, we are going to call it. Here also I am going to make it initial state user is equal to null, and here state dot user is equal to, here I'll just write action and action dot payload. That's all, and the name will be user. So we got the slice and reducer ready. Let's go and add it in the store. So here instead of alert, I'm going to add user. So I'll just write user slice dot reducer. Let's import this. Yeah, we got the user slice. Use effect is not imported in the protected route. Let's import use effect from React. That's all. So now what I will do, first I will get the user from the reducer. Const user is equal to use selector state is equal to state dot user. So you just have to import the use selector also. import use selector from React Redux. So now I'm going to write, so for the first time I'm going to write user. So if there is no user, if not user, I'm going to have an API call get user, and the function would be const get user will be executed here. This function should be async, and now I'm going to import the Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Try catch block. So if anything goes wrong, we just have to navigate to the login page, because this is the protected route. Const navigate is equal to use navigate import. Now I'm going to write const response is equal to await axios.post. The API will be API slash, don't worry about these, /API / user / get user info. Let me cross check in the backend. Routes, user route, get user info by ID. So we are going to send the token is equal to local storage.get item token, and we also need to send the authorization headers. I just want authorization, not content type. Authorization is equal to bearer token. That's all, guys. So response and everything is looking good. Now I'll just write if response.data.success, I'll have a function, else I'll be navigating to the login page. Here also same, navigating to the login page, because if anything goes wrong in the protected layout, that must be the token mistake. So if there is any token mistakes, we just have to go to the login page, that's all. So if response.data.success, we should have that user in the reducer. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. So here I'll just write dispatch set user is equal to response.data.data. Let's see in the user route what we are sending. So we are sending, in the form of data only. And let's close this user route and store. Here the function will be not short loading and hide loading, it is set user. Now let's import this set user. That's all. Use dispatch is not defined. So where it is, that's all. And also I'll just try dispatch show loading. Dispatch show loading, and after the response, whatever it may be, we are going to hide it. Dispatch hide loading. hide loading, and in the catch block also I'm going to write dispatch hide loading. So let's import this. Show loading and hide loading from the not loading slice, it is alert slice. That's all guys, we are good. Let's refresh and have a network call, and also we need to check it. Refresh. So get user info by ID, we got the data, so that means we should be having the user info now. Go to the layout and destructure the user here. Const user is equal to same use selector, you just need to import that use selector. And now in the header part, this is the icon, right? So right to this icon we should have one link tag which will have the user dot name. So just put the optional chaining, even if it is don't having, you should not crash it. Class name is equal to anchor, and for this icon I'm going to have mr2. Yeah, it got crashed, I'm not sure why. So let's debug. Okay, so here you can see we don't have the path name, that's the reason it got crashed. So it should have the path name 2 prop 2 is equal to, so let's make it profile. Superb. Here you can see now we got the name. So for this deflex, just write align items center, exactly what we got. And I just write padding R2 PR2 here, not working. PX2, that is working. Let's make it PX3 or 4. Cool. And here also I just write PX2. Perfect. Let's make it 3. That's all guys. Here you can see we got the exact layout which is present in the deployed version. So everything is working fine. So it is navigating to the home, so it will navigate to the notifications whenever the notification route is ready. So this is about the layout. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the last section we have completed the layouts and the protected routes concept. So we missed one thing in the last lecture. So actually when the authorization request is went, here you can see we have this protected route. In this protected list we have the get user function, right? So if there is anything goes wrong in this get user function, we have to clear the local storage also. So we are directly navigating to the login because the token will be already present in that. That may be invalid token, but if there is any invalid token, first we have to clear that and we have to send the user to login page. So in the else part here I'm going to write local storage dot clear. Local storage dot clear, and here also local storage dot clear. That's all. So this is the mistake that we had in the last lecture or last section. So now in this section we'll be working on the doctor accounts. So first of all, to create the doctor account you have to make some changes in the user model. So right now if I open the user model, let me close everything in the client, and here in the models I am going to open user model. So here you can see we have very simple user model, name, email, password. Now I am going to have some of the additional fields in this user model. The first one will be is doctor. So if this user is a doctor, again for the doctor we are going to have a separate model, but a user can also be a doctor. That's the reason we are going to have like this. So oh sorry, not like this, you have to write, you just have to write the name is doctor. is doctor, it's a boolean, type boolean, required, it's not required actually, we just have the default value, default false. Then we'll be having the is admin, so this is also type boolean, required default is equal to false, it should be colon. Now the last two will be watched notifications. So we are going to work on the notifications in this application. So whenever a user books an appointment with the doctor is going to get the notification. If the doctor approves or rejects that appointment, again the user will get the notification. Also, if a user account applies for the doctor account, the admin will get the notification. If the admin approves the doctor account request, the user will get the notification. So we have 4 different kinds of notification scenarios and we'll be working on that. So watched notifications, so this will be type array and default will be empty array. Then the next one will be next one will be unseen notifications, or else here also we can write seen notifications and unseen notifications. So once the notification is saw by the user, we are going to clear that. That means by default the notifications are going to store in the unseen notifications. So whenever user sees the notifications and if you clear the notifications, it is going to go and stored in the seen notifications. You can also name it as watched and unwatched notifications. So these are the additional properties that we are going to give for the user. So name, email, password, is doctor, is admin, seen notifications, unseen notifications. So I think we are good in this. So if the is doctor account is true, we are going to have the different admin, not different admin, different menu for the user. If the is admin is true, we are going to have the different admin for the different layout for the admin. So first let's go and remove the existing user, because we don't have all that modules. Now I am going to register a new user. So I just write messi@gmail.com. Oh sorry, name will be Messi, email will be messi123@gmail.com, password I am going to write 123456778. Register. So user created successfully, redirected to login page. Now here I am going to check the model. So now I got name, email, password, is doctor false, is admin false, seen notifications, unseen notifications. So I am going to consider this as the user account. So now I am going to create 3 different accounts. One is for the user, one is for the admin, one is for the doctor. So we are going to play around with all the accounts. So in this lecture we'll be working on only user and admin. So in the next lecture we are going to create the doctor model. So here I'll consider this is as the user. Now I am going to register with the admin. So here I am going to write admin is equal name is equal to Shea Health, or I just write name is equal to admin, email is equal to shadmin admin@gmail.com, password is equal to 123456778. Register. Yeah, so by default this user also will be the user only, but we are going to change the is admin value in the backend, because we know to whom we want to give the admin access. So here you can see shadmin. So for this admin I am going to write value is equal to true, is admin is equal to true. That's all. So now we have the user account, now we have the admin account. So in the next lecture we'll be working on the doctor account, so leave it about that. So first let's discuss about these two. So if I log in with the user, so user is messi123@gmail.com, password 123456778. Login. So I got login with the messy details. Here you can see I have the username. If I open the console also, there is nothing here, so we just have this data. Let's clean up this console. In the home we are having, let's go to the home, client, src, pages, home. Let's get rid of these console errors. That's all. So let's refresh. Yeah, so we don't have any errors now. This is the key prop and this is the invalid class prop. We can get rid this. And if I open the network also, there is no repeating API call, so everything is good. Now first let me change this color. It's not looking good. Go to the layout, components, layout.css. In the layout.css we'll be having the logo text, I think. So sidebar header, in this size sidebar header we have, or else let me directly create logo. So now in the layout.css, here I am at the top only I will write dot logo, color is equal to white, font weight is equal to bold, font weight is equal to bold. That's all. So we got the logo. Now we need to check if the logged in user is doctor, normal user or admin. So for every different role we'll be having the different menu items. So there will be some of the change, not everything. So first I am going to configure everything. Let's go to the layout, layout.js. So here I have just created the user menu. Now I am going to copy this and I'll replicate it for the admin menu. So in this admin menu also, home will be common. So the home page we are going to display all the doctors with the available time slots, and the second one will be appointments. So doctor doesn't need the appointments, not doctor, admin doesn't need the appointments, and you also don't need the apply doctor because he will be the admin, and you also don't need the profile. If you keep it, you can also keep it. So the two required menus for the doctor is list of users, sorry, I'm keep on saying doctor. Two required menus for the admin is list of users and list of doctors. So first I am going to write name is equal to users, name is equal to users, path is equal to users, and icon is equal to something user line anything. And now I am going to write doctors. The next one will be doctors. Doctors, path will be doctors, icon like this. That's all. So we got home, users, doctors, profile and logout. So this is the admin menu. So how you know whether the logged in user is admin or user, normal user? So here that's the reason I have written const menu to be rendered. So in this you have to check the user role. So already we have this user, right? So you just need to write if user dot is admin, we are going to render admin menu, else user menu. Once we get the doctor role, we are going to add that also. Right now we have only two. So user dot admin is equal to true, then we are going to render admin menu, else we are going to render user menu. Now let's see what it is going to render. If I refresh, something went wrong here. I think we need to write the optional chaining. Yeah, refresh. Yeah, we got this. So we got the user menu because the messy is user, is not admin. Now I am going to log out. So for the logout I am going to write the functionality now itself. So where is logout? Here, this is the logout. So what I will do means logout will be common for all the roles, that may be user role, admin role, or doctor role. So I'm going to remove from the menu list. I'm going to add it in the static way. So we are going to do that. So just remove the logout from here. First we have to copy RI login box line. Okay. So where is the menu? Yeah, this is the menu, right? So this is the mapping. So without map also I am going to write one. Oh, sorry. So the same structure. Just copy this and put it here. So class name will be deflex menu item. So it is not going to be active anytime, because when we click on the logout, we are going to navigate to the different route. That's all. And here we also don't need this what it is, path. We also don't need the path. We just need to write the on click for this. On click, on click. So I'm going to clear the local storage dot clear, and I will navigate to login page. We don't have the navigate. Let me import this. Const navigate is equal to use navigate. Scroll down. So navigate to login. I think we will get an error. Menu is not defined here. Where? Yeah, here. So we are going to give the class name static one. So let's go to the remix icons and copy the icon name for logout. Remix icon. Logout. Just copy this and put it here. The reason why I am writing this is it is going to be static for all the things. That's the reason I am going to keep it like this. So here also menu, we don't require the link also. It should go to the login anyhow. Yeah, it should be, the name will be direct logout. Yeah, the structure didn't got disturbed. So now I am going to log out these credentials. Yeah, I am in the login. If I open the local storage, it should be cleared now. So there is no user. So refresh. I'll try to go to the home page. I should navigate to the login. Yeah, it is working. Now I am going to log in with the admin credentials. So shadmin@gmail.com. Password will be same 1234567 So if I log in with this email, I have to get the different menu like home, doctors, users, profile, and logout. Let's see. Login. What the hell is this? We still got the user menu only. Something went wrong here. Let me check. So const user, we got user is equal to state.user. So I'm going to print the user now. So let me see what we are getting in the user in the console. Yeah. So here you can see we are not sending the is admin and is doctor, all those things. We are sending only name and email. So instead what I will do means, let's go to the backend. User route. So name is equal to email, user.email. So I am also going to send I'll just send the complete user object. Name, user, email. We don't have phone. scene notifications, okay, I'll do one thing. Instead of sending these every property one by one, I am going to write I'll send the complete user and password is equal to empty string. We are not going to send the password to the user. Password will be empty string. Refresh. Now let's see the console. Object. Okay, you have to write user underscore doc. User underscore doc. Now let's see. It got crashed. Let's log in once again. shadmin@gmail.com. Password is equal to 123456778. So something is going wrong. So here one thing we can do means I'll just write here const user info is equal to, I'm getting these snippets, okay, user dot doc. We are not getting the doc, or else I'll simply append const, okay, already we have the user, right? User dot password is equal to undefined, and here instead of having all this manipulation, I'll just directly send the user. Now let's see. shadmin@gmail.com. Password is equal to 123456778. Login. Superb. Here you can see now we got the admin menu. So we got home, we got users, we got doctors, profile, everything. So I'm going to get the doctor icon now. So remix icons. Doctor. It's not having, I'll write medical. We can copy anyone. So I'll copy this hospital symbol for doctor, or else let me copy different user icon, because we cannot keep the hospital symbol as doctor. User with some of the different user place, user, yeah. I'll copy this star, doctor. Layout, go to, okay, oh, it's not doctor actually, yeah, it's doctor only, yeah, sorry. So this is the doctor. Users, keep like this. That's all. Here you can see we got the menu. So users, doctors, profile and logout. So now we got the different menus for the both user and doctor, not doctor, admin. So sorry for the confusion. So every time I keep on saying doctor, user, all those things. So in the next lecture we'll be working on applying doctor account from the user. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the apply doctor account page. So before going to work on that, first we are going to get the doctor model ready. So let's add the doctor model, then we are going to have the UI screen. Go to the user model, and here let's observe the schema, user schema. So like this way only we are going to have this doctor model dot JS. So const mongoose is equal to require mongoose, const doctor schema is equal to require mongoose dot schema. So the first one will be first name of the doctor. So I'm going to follow the camel case. First name type string required true. Then we'll be having the last name type string required true. Then we'll be having email type string required true. Password we don't require because already it will be having the password. We need phone number type string required true. Then we'll be having, so we got first name, last name, email, phone number. In the basic details these are required. We can have website if they want. Website type string required true. So this comes under the basic details of the doctor: first name, last name, email, phone number, website, and also address. Type string required true. Yeah, now let's come to the professional. So the professional will be the first one department, or else we can call it as specialization. Type string required true. Like they will be having something departments like cardiology, all those things, right? So like that they have to keep specialization. Then we are going to have experience type string required true. And the last one will be fee per consultants. Fee per consultation. This is type integer we can keep. I think type number. Then we can have required true. And the last one will be work hours, consultation hours, or else we can call it as consultation hours. So this is also, it's actually type object because we'll be having required from to, like that. Type object. Or one more thing we can do for the best is we can have direct from time type string required true. Then we'll be having two times, so we can filter accordingly if we have separate from time, two time, type string required true. That's all. And here we are going to have the timestamps required true, and then we will be having the model close. So we got this doctor schema. Now I am going to create the doctor model. Const doctor model is equal to mongoose.model doctor schema module.exports is equal to doctor model. So here if you observe clearly, we forgot one thing here, that is user ID. So from which user ID this doctor is created, so we should have the user ID. So user can be a doctor, so a doctor should have the user ID also. So after the first name and last name, or before this first name and last name only, I am going to have user ID required true. So this is the doctor model. So we got the doctor model. Now let's go and design the screen based on this model. Go to the app.js and create a screen for it. App.js. First let me go to the pages. Apply doctor.js. So I'll just write rfce Now let's go to the app.js, copy any one of the protected route and create it. So the route will be apply doctor, and here the component will be apply doctor. So we have already worked with the entity forms in the login and registration screen, so I'm going little bit fast in this lecture because we know how to implement all the form items, everything. So let's go and render that first. So I'll log out from the admin and I'll log in with the user, and I'll create a user for the doctor. So from that user only I'm going to apply the doctor account. So I'm going to write Gautam at gmail.com. Oh sorry, this is name, right? So name I am going to write Venom. So Venom at gmail.com, Venom123 at gmail.com. Password is equal to, I am going to write same thing, 123456778. Register. Yeah, so now if I open the user model, we got the Venom. So at this point this Venom is also an user. So he's not a doctor, he's not an admin, he's a normal user. Here you can see is doctor is equal to false, is admin is equal to false. Now I am going to apply for the doctor account from this user by logging in. So I am going to log in with Venom credentials, Venom123 at gmail.com. So I got the user menu. Oh, why I logged into the admin? I think by mistake I logged in with the admin credentials. Venom 123456778. Login. What the hell is this? Why I am getting the admin here? Let me open network. Refresh. Yeah, so there is some cache issue, so that's the reason I have logged into that. Yeah, now it's looking good. We got Venom and we got apply doctor page. Here you can see we got the apply doctor page. Now I can go to the apply doctor, and first I will remove this div and I will keep the layout. Yeah, so we got the screen. So I am going to keep the title h1 apply doctor. Yeah, so if I go to the layout.css, I'll be having the content. Where is body? So this is the body, right? So for this body I am going to have padding is equal to 15px from all the sides. Yeah, this is looking clean. And I am going to the index.css, and in the common styling I am going to create page title. Above the cart title I am going to create page title. Font size is equal to, I'll just keep it 25 pixels. Color I am going to keep it black. Margin I don't require. And for this h1 also I am going to apply the same. Class name is equal to page title. Yeah, this is looking clean now. So we can also keep the font weight bold. Where is it? Index.css, font weight is equal to bold. Yeah, so we got this apply doctor page. Now I am going to get the form. Let me show you in the deployed version. So in the deployed version I'll register with the credentials test user at gmail.com. Password 123456778. Login. Internet is working. Think there is an issue in my deployed version. Yeah, I got the message, registration successful. Now I'm going to log in with the test user credentials. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Login. Yeah, so here you can see this is the apply doctor page. So we are going to have in the two sections. So this is the normal basic information and this is the normal doctor information. So like this way we are going to write. So let's go to the apply doctor. So we got this page. So instead of black, just gray out it. Index.css. Decrease some opacity. Yeah. So let's have a form from the entity. We are going to build it very fast. Form. So I got the form. Then we should have the grids. So I'll show you why we need the grids. Here you can see in the desktop view I am seeing 3 fields for 1 row. If I go to the mobile view, I will see only 1 field for 1 row. So for this we are going to have the entity grids or rows, whatever it may be. So I'll just write entity row. So in this row we will be having the columns call. So in this call you just have to specify how much space it should take. So by default entity row will be having 24 columns. So for the first column I am going to write span is equal to 24. So in the normal devices it will take in the normal devices it will take 8 columns, but in the XS, that means extra small devices like mobile, it is going to take 24, that means full width. And also in the SM also 24. So this is the way that we have to follow. Now I am going to write form.item. So we got the suggestions already. I want entity input placeholder is equal to first name. Yeah, that's all. So input is not defined. Let's define this. So we also need the name prop. Name is equal to, it should have the same naming convention as like our model in the MongoDB. Also we need to write the validations. So rules, validations are nothing but the rules in the entity form item terminology. So here you have to put an array. Inside the array I am going to write the first rule, required is equal to true. Required is equal to true, and also you can keep it required here. So it will be highlighted in the star format. And for this form I am going to write class name is equal to not class name, layout is equal to vertical. Layout is equal to vertical. Now let's see the output. Yeah, so here you can see I got the first name. So what I have written, span is equal to 8, XS 24, SM 24, and why it is taking full width, I am going to write LG 8. This is the LG device, that means last device 8. Yeah, now it is taking only half width, that means 1/3. So we got the first name. Now I am going to replicate this for the remaining things. First name, last name, email, website, address. Let me check what we have in the model. Doctor model, address, phone number also. So I think I have written 4. So let's change the names of these. So the first one will be first name and the second one will be last name. Oh, sorry. Last name. Here also last name. And here also last name. Then I'll be having email. So email you can ignore it because already we will be having the user email. So just get rid of the email. Even in the model also I'm going to get rid of that. Doctor model, I'll get rid of the email. We need phone number. So I'll just write phone number, here also phone number, copy and paste. Then we'll be having website and address. If the doctor is having personal website, he can have it website, and the next one here also website. The last one will be address. Address, here also address. So you have to follow the same naming conventions which you have given as per the MongoDB model. Then only it will work, because we are not using any states here. So now we got the basic information. Here you can see first name, last name, phone number, website and address. So let's see it is matching with the model or not. Yeah, it is matching. We got the basic information. So now if I go to the row apply doctor, for this row I am going to apply one property called as gutter. Gutter is nothing but spacing between the columns. I am going to apply 20 pixels. Here you can see we got the space between the columns. And also here I am going to write h1. I'll just write card title. Card title, it should be h1 here. h1.card title, this is personal information. Personal information. Okay, we got like this. This is not looking good actually. I'll just write MT3. Even for the card title also I am going to have some differentiation between the page title and card title. So let's go to the index.css. This is the page title. So page title I am going to keep it somewhat dark than the card title. So this is the card title, right? So and the size should also be somewhat increased. So card title I am going to make it 22 pixels, and font weight bold anyhow, and color should be I am going to decrease the opacity for the card title. What the hell is this? Oh, not 22 rem, it's 22 pixels. Superb. Now it's looking good. And after the h1 you can also apply the HR horizontal line. So let's go to the apply doctor. After this I am going to apply HR. Yeah, so this is the page and this is the section. We can consider it as section. Now here we are going to have one more HR after completing the first section. Let's go to the apply doctor. So this is the row right. I'm going to have one HR, and I'll copy this h1, put it here. Personal information. Second one will be professional information. Professional information. So just copy this complete row and replicate this. We are going to change the names. Yes, the form is looking good. So personal information and professional information. So in the professional information we want specialization. So first one will be specialization. Specialization, it should be Z. In the MongoDB we have used Z. Here also I am going to use the same thing. Specialization. Let's see. I'll keep the doctor model aside. Specialization, experience, fee per consultants. So specialization, experience. Here also experience. The next one will be fee per consultation. Fee per consultation. Here I am going to copy the camel case. Fee per consultation. Let's cross check the names. Fee per consultation, I'll keep the same name. Fee per consultation, here also I'll just keep this. And these two will be numbers. Type is equal to number. Here also type is equal to number. Now the last two will be from time and to time. So here we will be having timings. So actually we are having the start time and end time directly with the range picker. So we are going to have it directly. Go to the entity. And design and components, and here just type time picker. Time picker. Where is it? Yeah, date picker. Click on this. So along with the date you will be having the time pickers also. Yeah. So actually we need time range picker. Here you can see we will be having the time range picker. So suppose a doctor consultation time is 7 to 12. So you can choose like this. So based on these only we are going to show the hours to the user to select the appointment. So we need this component. So it is very simple. So just import the time picker and write time picker dot range picker. Just copy this, I'll tell you. So you can get rid of this. Use only one. Time picker dot range picker. We don't need the status also. First let's import the time picker. Yeah, we don't have any errors. Let's see the output once. Instead of website, I'll just write timings. Here also timings. Cool. Yeah, we got the timings, but we are going to style for this. So first in MongoDB model also, instead of having from and to separate time, we can keep it timings, because anyhow in the entity we will be having the single component in the time range. So we can have the array. In that array we will be having the 0th index and 1 index. Go to the doctor model. Yeah, get rid of these two things and have timings. Timing should be an array. Oh, sorry. Timing should be array. Required is equal to true. That's all. So here also we have to keep the same thing, timings. So we are going to write lot of logic for the timings to apply the filters, because if a slot cannot be picked for the two users, so there will be huge logic for that. We'll be discussing in the coming sections. So right now we have to ready the UI. So just let me override this styling to match our theme. So this is the difficult thing in the entity. So inspect this. So first we need to get rid of these borders for the two things in the input field. So they are, here you can see and picker input. Inside that we will be having input dot and picker input followed by input. For that we need to remove the border. So let's go to the index.css and entity override. So this is the entity override. I'm going to copy this, and inside we are going to have the input. For that I'm going to have border is equal to none. Border is equal to none, important. Yeah, the border has gone. Now we need to decrease the height of the parent element. Let's find the class for the parent element. The parent element class will be ant picker. It's just ant picker. So let's find the class dot and picker. Height should be 1px. Oh, sorry, 40px. 40px important. Yeah, the height got decreased, and we are going to apply the same styling what we have applied for the input field. So border radius and all those things. Now this is perfect, and we also don't need this box shadow when we focus the cursor. So for that you just need to add this ant picker here also. Dot ant picker. Now we don't have that. Here you can see it's looking clean and neat. So we have to test these ones because we have to get the perfect values. So then we can close this UI. So we got first row and we got second row. Now I'm going to create a deflex, display flex, button, submit, class name is equal to primary button, and I'll just write justify content end. This is the action button, so it should be at the left side. What the hell? So it got the complete thing. For that, what we can do means we can write the inline styling, and we can also write actually it is present in the grid, right? So that's the reason it is taking like that. Go to the button, primary button, CSS, find the primary button, width is equal to max content. Make it important. Yeah, now this is perfect. So we have this submit button. When we click on this submit button, we have to get the values in the console. Let's go to that, apply doctor. So I'll just write on finish. The function going to execute is on finish only. Here I'm going to write the function on finish values console.log success values. So for this button I'm going to write HTML type is equal to submit. So I'm going to enter some random values. Specialization cardiology, experience 5, fee per consultants 520, start time will be 9, end time will be 15. Okay, submit. Let's open the console. Here you can see I got the values. So the layout is getting rendered whenever we refresh the page. We are going to remove it. So address, experience, first name, last name, specialization, and we also got the timings. So we are going to refactor this timing. As I said, we are going to work a lot with the timings and date slots. So we'll be learning in the next sections. So first get rid of this console statement in the layout. Go to the layout, components, layout. Where is the console? Yeah. Refresh. Now there is no console. That's all. So in the next lecture we'll be working on the backend for applying doctor. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture we have completed the apply doctor form. So now in this lecture we are going to work on the API. So the API will also take around 20 minutes of time. So the last lecture also took a lot of time, almost 30 minutes. But these are the huge forms. Anyhow, it will take time. Let's go to the models. Models, we have the doctor model. Everything is looking good. user model. Now we have to write the endpoint, that means API for apply doctor. So let's go to the user route. Here we are going to write router.post apply doctor. So the reason why I am writing the API in the user is, so at this moment the user is not a doctor, so the API belongs to still user only. After applying the doctor, when the admin approves his account, then only he will be access to doctor routes. So until then he will only give the access to user route only. So just copy this register route and put it here. So the name will be apply doctor account. So I will change the error message, error applying the doctor account, error applying doctor account. Then just get rid of everything in the try block. We are going to make it everything new. So in the doctor model I am going to have one new thing, that is status. So after by default the status will be pending. So after applying we are going to make it something like approved, in status, in progress, all those things. Status is equal to type string required, required is false, and actually default value, default is equal to pending. Once the admin approves, it is going to change as approved. Yeah. So now we are going to get the request body. So for that request body we are going to have status is equal to pending, and we are going to push it in the doctor's model. Then after we are going to send a notification to the admin that you have a request from the user to make it doctor. So the admin will verify the credentials. If you want to call the doctor, he can call it and he can ask for the proofs. So once everything is good, he can approve the doctor account. So this is the format. So first I am going to write const new doctor is equal to request dot new. This is also doctor. We have to import the doctor model. Const doctor is equal to require model slash doctor model. So request dot body, along with I'm going to add some more dot 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 request dot body, and status is equal to pending. Anyhow, even if you don't give also it will work, because by default it will be status pending. Now we have to fetch the admin. So there will be only one admin, or you can send the notifications to all the admins. So I am going to find only one admin. What I will do means, and this is doctor, not user, doctor. So I'll just write const. First we can save this, await new doctor dot save. Then I am going to write const admin user is equal to, so await dot user find is admin is equal to true. So we are going to have only one, so we are going to get the admin user. Now I am going to write const seen notifications of admin, sorry, unseen notifications. Unseen notifications is equal to admin user dot unseen notifications is equal to admin user dot same unseen notifications. Now I am going to write unseen notification dot push, type is equal to new doctor request, doctor ID we are going to, instead of doctor ID we are going to have the data. So for this doctor ID, and name also we can have, name is equal to doctor dot first name plus doctor dot last name, and then we'll be having these two are required because it is a simple notification. we don't require merge. And the next one will be on click. On clicking on this notification, we are going to navigate that user to the path. So it should navigate to the /admin/doctors, whatever it may be. So we should have a path. That's all. So this is the notification that we want to send to the admin whenever a new doctor request is came. A notification type, data, and on click path. So we are going to have a message also. Message has applied for doctor account. Yeah. So this is the first name of the doctor account. This is the last name of the doctor account. Has applied for doctor account. So when the admin click on this notification, it is going to take to the doctors list. There he can apply. There he can approve or reject, whatever it may be. So this is the notification. Now we are going to write. So yeah, we got the suggestion already. So await user dot find one. This user is nothing but the admin user. So we are going to update the admin unseen notifications. So we are going to push a new notification to admin unseen notifications. From there he can clear the notifications. So this is the process. First we are going to save the doctor. Then we are going to inform the admin that there is a new doctor request from a user with the first name and last name. So this is the way. Let's try this first. If it works, it will be good. Let's or else we are going to make the changes. Let's go to src pages. Then we'll be having apply doctor. So this is the on finish, right? In this on finish, I am going to copy the code from the register. We have a lot of things here. Just copy everything, put it here. We just have to add all the things manually. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Const user is equal to use selector state dot user. Then we'll be having Axios import use dispatch and use selector from React Redux. Import show loading and height loading from the Redux / alert slice. Redux / alert slice. Then we'll be having import toast from React Toastify and import Axios from Axios and also use navigate. Const navigate is equal to use navigate. So we are going to show the message, and I'm not going to show any toast message static one. Navigate to home if it is successful, else we are going to show the error message, whatever it may be. So let's make this function async. Async, that's all. Can't resolve React Toastify. This is not React Toastify, this is React Hot Toast. Now we don't have any errors. So here we are sending values, right? Along with these values we also need to send the values, and user ID will be user._id. user._id. That's all. I think we are good. Let's go to the backend ones. User route. So here if everything is successful, we are going to send response.status 200, success true. Doctor account created successfully. It's not created, it's applied successfully actually. Doctor account applied successfully. Yeah, so let me print the error in the console. Yeah, we have the error because I know first time for the first time we will get the error only. And this is the huge code base. So refresh. Yeah, So for the testing purpose, I am going to use this extension, because if we keep on filling these forms for the testing, it would take a lot of time. So I am having an extension called as the form filler. So if I click on this, it is going to fill the forms. So we will get everything. So I'll just keep the start time and every end time. So if everything is successful, we are going to write the other logics to maintain the consistency. 6 to 13. Because we cannot store the times directly here, we have to refactor these things. But first we have to get the API and the functionality should be working. Then we can work on the refactor. So submit. Something went wrong. Let's go to the backend. We got an error. Let's check what error it is. Async module bcrypt. Where we are having bcrypt here. Shehel async we are having. Await. Where is the issue? Okay, we need to have the middleware as well. Auth middleware. From there also you have to send the tokens, all those things. Where it is? Apply doctor. So here we haven't changed the endpoint also. User slash apply doctor account. We are having the account. Apply doctor account. And here the second thing is headers. I have the authorization bearer user dot token. It will not be having with the user. You just have to get it from the local storage. Local storage dot get item token. Yeah, because the user is object what we are getting from the backend in the user object, not the token. So in the authorization you have to get every time from the local storage itself. So the server got restarted. This time it should work, I hope. Submit. Again something went wrong. So unseen notifications is not defined. So I think we have a spelling mistake. Let's go to the user route. Okay, admin user dot unseen notifications. Let's go to the backend. Admin notifications. Let's copy this and paste it here. It's almost same. Yeah, cool. Now I have copy pasted the spellings. Even if you have anything, it will be resolved. Now let's click on the submit once again. I think it got crashed in the admin wise. That means maybe the doctor account has already created. Let's refresh this. Yeah, here you can see we got the doctor collection, because before the notification logic only we are writing the doctor.save. So I think we should not write like this. First you have to send the notification, then you have to save it. Or else if it crashes here, the doctor will be saved but the admin will not receive any notification. So one more thing we can do. Even if the admin doesn't see any notification, he can see in the doctors list with the pending approval status. So we can have it here only, there is no issue. But right now we just have to delete this, because notification should work as per the expectations. Submit. Something went wrong. Again getting the same thing. Unseen notifications is not defined. Yeah, here you can see actually the spelling is wrong. Unseen notifications, so it should be having notifications. Yeah, now that I have corrected the spelling mistakes. Again it must be created the doctor account, we have to delete it. Submit. Yeah, here you can see doctor account applied successfully. Actually I have navigated to the home. We don't have the route home, we have only the empty slash. So I'll change it. That's all. Now let's come here. If I go to the home, there is nothing here, but if I go to the admin user, here the doctor account must be created. You can see user ID, first name, last name, timings, everything we got. And the next one will be users. If I go to the admin, this is the admin, unseen notifications. Oh, this is Venom. Yeah, this is admin, unseen notifications. We got the list. So type new doctor request message. So something first name, last name has applied for doctor account. Data, so the doctor name and doctor ID. Then we'll be having the on click path. So the notification is working fine. Now if I log in with the admin credentials, here we'll be having the notification, right? That should be highlighted. Now let's go to the logout, or else I'll open the admin credentials in the other browser. So you'll understand better both working with the user and admin parallelly. So in the Microsoft Edge, I am going to open the admin account. So shadmin @gmail.com, password 1234567 login. So we got the admin account. Now actually admin is having the notification, so whenever the unseen notifications is present, here we should get the badge with the number of unseen notifications. So in the entity we have a component like badge that we are going to bring it now. Let's go to the, yeah, already we have opened the entity. So we'll be having tag, not tag, where is tooltip, timeline, badge. We should be having badge or skeleton. This is anchor, spin, skeleton, result, progress, pop confirm, notification. Where is badge? Yeah, here you can see we are having the badge. So we have to get the badge like this. Here we should have the icon and we should have this token, not token, number. So we can copy the first one itself. Just copy the badge and go to the layout. Go to the layout. So yeah, this is the icon, right? So just keep the badge here. Keep the badge, and the eye should be present inside the badge. Let's import this. See the output once. Here you can see we got the badge successfully. So now it should be dynamic. How it can be dynamic? So const user, so in the user we'll be having the unseen notifications. You just have to write that user question mark dot unseen notifications. That's all. Here you can see we don't have anything here, so it should have at least length, dot length, unseen notifications dot length. So it is 0. If I go to the admin, here you can see I got 1, because the admin is having one notification, which is a doctor account request. So if we click on this, we are going to get to the notification screen, and from that we are going to get to the doctor screen, and there we will approve the doctor account from the admin. So it is looking good. We just need to have some spacing like that. So let me inspect this. So I and badge. So this is the I, right? Scroll number, badge count. So for this we just have to write some styling. We can have RI notification underline, header action icon, px3. Yeah, for these only I will write. and badge count and badge count. So let's go to the layout.css, not layout, it's related to the layout only. Layout.css, somewhere we will write it here, dot and badge count. So what we can write, I'll write padding is equal to padding left and padding bottom. Padding left is equal to minus 10px, minus 10px important, and padding bottom is equal to minus 10px, minus 10px important. Now let's see. There is no change here. Actually, okay, this is that. Actually, we need to get the number. For this number, we have to write the styling. Okay, it is having and scroll number only unit. Just copy this and scroll number only unit. Control S. No, it is not working, and they are not giving the customization. Let's leave like this. I'll just have the padding between the notification and admin. Let's go to the layout. For this link only, I'll just write the class name is equal to mx3. Oh, already we have the class name. Class name is equal to mx3. Yeah, nice. This is looking good. So if you click on this, it is going to take to the notifications. So in the next section, we'll be working on the notifications as well as the doctors and users list in the admin. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture, we are going to work on the notification seen and unseen screens. So right now I'm not going to put any notifications menu in the menu bar. So anyhow, we will be having the notification icon at the header part. So whenever we click on this notification icon, it is going to navigate to the notifications. So again, notifications is common for all the users, even for the doctor, admin and a normal user. So it will be common for all the roles. Now let's go to the UI, close everything. So right now in the previous lecture we have applied a doctor account from the Venom to the admin. So if I open the admin, I'll be having the notification icon triggered. So whenever I click on the notification icon, I have to navigate to the notification screens where I will have two tabs, seen and unseen. So in the seen tab, I am going to have an icon to clear the notifications. So whenever we click on the clear notifications or mark as seen, we are going to send it to the so whenever we click on the mark as read, it is going to store in the seen, or else it will be stayed in the unseen. So I'll show you the prototype once. So this is the deployed version, right? So if I go to the notifications, you can see, so we'll be having these notifications icon, unread, read. So unread is nothing but unseen notifications, read is nothing but already read notifications. So we can make it mark all as read, that means we are going to make it as seen. And even in the scene also, if you want to delete the old notifications, you can delete. So we are having the both functions. So let's go and prepare this notification screen now. Okay, go to the app.js first, or else let's go to create the notifications page. Notifications.js. Rename. We got this exclamatory mark. I'll remove it. RFCE notifications. Now I'll remove everything here. Notifications. Oh, sorry. We just need to bring the layout. not this layout, and I'll be having h1 dot page title notifications. So let's go to the layout. So whenever we click on this badge, I am going to write on click navigate to notifications. Now let's go to the app.js, copy this protected route, make it notifications. That's all. Now let's go and click from the Microsoft Edge. So why in the notifications it is okay? In the app.js we have not changed the component, it's notifications. Yeah, so now I'll click on this. Here you can see I'm into the notifications. Even in the Microsoft also I'm going to have the notifications. Now I'll be having two tabs here, so let's go and find the tabs from the entity. So tabs, click on the tabs. So it is very simple. So you just need to have the parent element as the tabs, then we have to destructure the tab pane and we have to render the content in the tab pane. So just copy this statement or else directly put the tabs. Go to the notifications. Okay, tabs. Then in this you will be having the tab pane. So this tab pane is having the property title, not title, tab is equal to name. So the first one will be unread or unseen, and here we'll be having some content, like I'll put initially I'll put one h2 tag. So just copy this and make it seen. You can change the names accordingly if you want to keep it read and unread, watched and unwatched, all those things. So here you can see unseen. Okay, we got both. Seen, yeah, unseen, seen. Now we just need to have the key is equal to, this is 1, and here key is equal to 2. Why we got, okay, I'll start from 0 and 1. Refresh. Why I'm getting 2? Yeah, I can navigate between the tabs now. So here also if I refresh, I'll be getting only 2. That's all. So now in both seen and unseen we are going to have one action link here. So in the unseen we are going to have the link as mark all as read, and in the seen we are going to have delete all. So first I'm going to write dot deflex. I'll just write one h1 text with the class name underline. So mark all as seen, and here deflex would be justify content end, and it should be anchor. So it should have an underline. So here also just keep the same thing, delete all. Now let's see. Yeah, we got the icons. So justify content, we forgot T here. Justify content end. So now we have the action icon. So if I click on this, I am going to get the empty unseen list. If I click on the delete all in the scene, I am going to clear all the notifications from the user account. So first in the unseen we are going to render the notifications. So it's very simple. Already we will be having the user in the reducer. Const user is equal to use selector, state is state followed by state.user. Let me import the use selector, and here first we'll work on the unseen notifications. So here I am going to write user dot unseen notifications dot map. I am going to render a div. Inside a div I am going to render card text. So we need to have one more parenthesis here. Yeah, card text notification dot message. So here I am going to have class name is equal to card and p2. Let's see the output in the edge. So here you can see I got the notification. Superb, looking good. So now what we can do means if we click on this notification, we have to navigate to the respective path, right? So already we know the path where we have to navigate. Now let's go to the notifications. So for this div only I am going to write on click. So we just need the navigate function. Const navigate is equal to use navigate, then where it is, yeah, navigate to, so notification dot on click path. That's all. So this is user, we don't have any notifications for the user. If I open the edge, so here you can see I'm going to click on it. So I'll be navigating to the admin doctors. So everything is working fine. So now if they click on mark all as seen, we are going to clear the notifications from the unseen and we are going to push it to the seen. So it's very simple. I'll just write const mark all as seen. So async. So let's copy any one of the API call. Go to the register, copy this API call instead of hard coding everything from the scratch. So let's import everything. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and we need show loading and hide loading, all those things. Show loading, and we don't require these. Toast.success, navigate also don't require, we just need to show the message. And toast.error, something went wrong. Yeah, this is all good. Control S. Let's see what are the errors. Values, we don't need the values, we just need to send the user ID to clear the notifications. So that user ID will be user dot underscore ID, and then Axios is not defined. Let's define the Axios, and use dispatch is not defined. Hide loading is not defined, and also toast. Hide loading and also toast. That's all. So mark all as read. Now what I am going to do means, so I am going to call this function whenever I click on the mark all as read. On click, const mark all as read, mark all as seen. So this is the function, right? Mark all as seen. So now when we hit this API, so I'm going to change the API endpoint, user slash mark notifications, mark all notifications as seen. So this is the endpoint, mark all notifications as seen. So when we click on this, it is going to push all the unseen notifications to seen notifications. But in the layout also we have to decrease the count. So for that we have to reload the layout. How we can reload the layout? So here you can see, if you go to the protected route, we will be having the get user function. So we are going to put the data in the layout with the help of this get user only, because here we are adding the user data to the dispatch red user. So whenever there is any change in the notifications, we are going to call this get user function. So it is going to get the updated user from the backend, and it is going to update the notifications count in the layout part. So that's how it works. Now how we can do that? So this is get user, right? Now I'm going to have one more variable in the user red user. Let's go to the red user, Redux user slice. I'm going to have reload user. Reload user is equal to false. Now I'm going to have function reload user data. Reload user data. So we are going to get action.payload. So whenever reload user is true, we are going to call the get data function in the protected route. So here we have written user and also reload user. So whenever the reload user variable change, so first we have to bring this here, user and reload user. So whenever the reload user change, we are going to check if it is true, or if it is true, reload user, then we are going to call the get user function. So by completing the next lecture, you will understand this better. So it is very simple. The purpose why I am writing this code is, whenever we hit on this, where is it? Reload. Something went wrong here. Let me check, inspect. Yeah, okay. By default, it should be true, right? Layout.js. Oh, sorry, red user. User slice, by default it will be true. And whenever the reload is completed, we are going to make it. That means whenever the user data is came in the success, we are going to make set or reload user info false. Dispatch, right? Yeah. Dispatch reload user info reload user info false. I think let me cross check the function user slice. Yeah, reload user data. I'm going to refresh. Why the snippet is not working? Set user and reload user data. Imported as user data. Okay, we just have to export this here. That's all. Now it should work. It is reloading. Still I am having few issues. Let me cross check. Let's open the Chrome. Here also it went wrong. There is some issue. By default it is true. So in the protected route, what we have given, if not user or reload user is true, we are going to make it get user. This is true and this is false, so it is going to call the function. Reload user data false. User slice action.payload. Okay, so just remove this reload user data. So we have one more easy solution here also. What we can do means remove this reload, just remove here. So instead of having double steps, I will show you one of the easiest one. Already we have this set user function, right? So whenever we clear the notifications, we are going to get the user object. So that user object we can call with this function. So that's the easy one. Refresh. So let me log out and log in to resolve the issues. I'll remove this. In the protected route we should not have anything wrong. Yeah, everything is perfect. Let's go to the output and clear everything. Something cache issue maybe. So I am going to clear the token in both user and admin. Application, local storage, delete. So first I will log in with the admin in the edge. shadmin password 1234567 login. So I think there is an internet issue. Yeah, here you can see that's the reason we could not able to do. I am reconnecting it. Sorry for the misconception. Let me open some other website. I'm curious whether I'm getting the internet or not. Okay, open the network. I think the backend server has crashed. Yeah, so whenever there is any internet issue, the backend server will crash, so you have to restart it. NodeMon server. Now let's log in the user details first. Venom 123, password 1234567 login. So the user logged in. Again we got an issue. Let's log in again. 1234567 login. Yeah, now it is perfect. After refreshing, it is going to login page. I am not sure why the token is getting deleted. Let's keep this edge as it is and resolve the issues in the Chrome only. Console could not fetch. Okay, let's go to the protected route. Let me check if anything is wrong. Yeah, so we have this dispatch user data, so we don't have this function at the reducer. Yeah, so now it should work. Venom password 1234567 login. Refresh. Yeah, now it's working fine. Now let's go to the admin. Login, working fine. We got the notifications, so now I can able to see the notification. So in the next lecture we are going to see how to clear the notifications by changing the layout. I will show you the solution in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture we are going to work on the mark all as seen and delete notifications. So first we are going to work on the mark all as screen API. Let's go to the backend. User model. So we are having the seen notifications, unseen notifications. So whenever the mark all as seen API is called, we are going to push this data to this data. So go to the route, apply doctor account. So from this copy and remove everything in the try block. Everything in the try block and change the endpoint. Mark all notifications as seen. So here first I'm going to write const user is equal to await user dot find one. We will get the user ID from the front end. So request dot body dot user ID. Now I'm going to write const unseen notifications is equal to user dot unseen notifications. Now I'm going to write user dot seen notifications is equal to unseen notifications. So we are going to make all the unseen notifications to seen notifications, and we will make user dot unseen notifications empty because we are calling the function mark all notifications as seen. That means unseen notifications will be empty. Now we are going to call the find one by update method. Await. Okay, we just need to get the response also. Const updated user is equal to, so user dot underscore id no, find one by id. Yeah, here this is also correct because in this we will be having the user dot underscore id, or else we can also use request dot body dot user id. Both will be perfect, and we are calling the user. So everything is cool. Now in the response dot send method we are going to have success true and message all notifications marked as seen, and we are going to send the data also. So here I'll just write updated user dot password is equal to undefined. Now data is equal to updated user. So hope this should work. Unseen notifications looking clean and neat. Okay, so in the similar manner just write delete all notifications. Delete all notifications. So it is very simple than the remaining one. Seen notifications is equal to empty, unseen notifications is equal to empty, and you just need to write updated is equal to find one by id. Yeah, that's all. So we are going to send the updated user by making the password undefined. That's all. So this is about delete all notifications. So let's call one by one. So we have to fix the errors one by one only. Go to the protected route notifications.js. So when we call this mark all as seen, we are going to call the API slash mark all seen notifications as seen, and we are sending the user ID. So based on this user ID only, we are finding the user here. You can see we are finding the user and we are going to make the necessary changes. Now if it is success, we are going to show toast.success, and I am going to call dispatch set user response.data.data. So it is going to change all the things in the layout as well as in the tabs. Oh, sorry. Set user should be imported from the user slice. And that's all. So let's hope it should work. So in the user we don't have any notifications. Yeah, so I'm clicking on this. Again it has gone. I don't know why. Refresh. Think there is an issue in the edge part maybe. If I refresh in the Chrome, I am not getting any issue. You can see it is working fine, even in the notification screen also. Okay, I think there is an issue in the notification screen. Let's go and cross check. Mark all as seen. For H1 we have written on click. Why it is getting crashed then? On click navigate. Let's open the console. Okay, cannot read properties, null of unseen notifications. So somewhere we forgot to put the question mark in the optional chaining. So let's go and check that. It is notifications line number 37. Yeah, here unseen notifications. Yeah, now it is working. So to avoid the crashes, you have to use the optional chaining. So like this, so whenever there is unseen notifications in the user, then only it will load. Refresh. Now there is no issue, even in the edge also. Now let's try to hit the mark all as screen. So first of all this mark all as screen, I am going to make the cursor pointer. So already I have written anchor, index.css, anchor, cursor, pointer, and for the safe side I will open the network to see what I am getting from the backend. I am clicking on this, loading, something went wrong, authentication failed. Oh, okay, we forgot to put the headers. Yeah, this is expected. You can see we have given only user ID, we forgot to put the headers. Yeah, sometimes it happens, no worries. So authorization, it's not user.token as I said, it is local storage.getItem token. Local storage.getItem token. Now let's hit from the edge, refresh, mark all as read. Superb, we got the mark all as seen. No, all notifications marked as seen. If I open the data, again in the unseen notifications I have the data, because the data is not changed. We got success response, but there is no change in the data. Let's see what is the issue. User route. So const unseen notifications is equal to user.unseen notifications, and user.seen notifications is equal to empty. Okay, find by ID update. So instead here I'll do dot I'll remove this updated user. I'll just write, because we are changing only one property, or else await user dot save. This is okay. And here unseen notifications. So seen notifications is equal to already we will be having some of the seen notifications, so we have to push this. So that's the reason it is not changing. Maybe I'll just write const seen notifications is equal to user dot seen notifications. Now what I will do means seen notifications dot push all unseen notifications. So already we will be having some of the seen notifications, because it is also an array. So we are going to push all the unseen notifications to the seen notifications. Now I am going to write user dot unseen notifications is equal to empty array, and user dot seen notifications is equal to, here we will be having like seen notifications. User dot seen notifications is equal to seen notifications. So it's little bit confusing, you have to follow. The names are looking similar. but this is the process. First we have to get both the properties, then we have to push one property to another, then we have to assign that properties. This is the flow. Now this time it should work, I think. Let's hit the API. Superb. Here you can see all notifications marked as seen. So the icon has also gone. Now in the scene we have to see that. So it's very simple. In the notifications, just copy this code and put it here. Instead of unseen notifications, have seen notifications. That's all. Refresh. Okay, so it got cleared from unseen, but I am not sure whether it is went to seen notifications or not. Let's see in the network. Oh, not here. Yeah, here you can see it has came now. So actually I have seen in the Chrome window, which is a user account. So here you can see in the admin, now I can see unseen is equal to empty, seen is equal to 1. Now I am going to click on the delete all. Before clicking on the delete all, I am going to make the API change. So instead of find by ID and update, I am going to write await updated user is equal to await user dot save. That's all. Now I'll open here. I'm going to click on the delete all. Oh, we have not written the function, right? Let's go and click on that. So as like mark all as read, just have delete all. Delete all. So here also you have to send the just user ID, and here you just need to call anchor tag, right? On click is equal to delete all. Now let's click on the doctor account, delete all notifications marked as seen. Okay, we have not changed the endpoint actually. So this is delete all. Delete all notifications. That's all. So let's click on this again. That's all. Here you can see now we don't have any notification in the seen and unseen. So we are going to test the notification functionality once again. So let's close this. So actually as of now we have applied a doctor account from the Venom. So now I am going to delete the doctor account. In the doctors I am going to apply once again to test the notifications is working fine or not. So let's listen very clearly. In the Microsoft Edge we have opened the admin account. In the Chrome we have opened the user account, which is going to apply for the doctor. So now I am going to the apply doctor screen. I am going to fill the values manually with the help of this form filler. So I'll add some timings. 9 to 20. That's all. This is the timings. Now I am going to click on the submit button. So doctor account applied successfully. I have been navigated to the home page. So now I'll go to the admin and I will refresh the page. I should get the icon here now. Refresh. Superb. Here you can see I got the icon because we got a request from the user to approve the admin account. Now if I click on this, here you can see Kevin Whitaker has applied for the doctor account. If I click on this, I'll be navigating to the admin/doctor. Here we are going to list of the doctors and we'll be having the action button to approve. So admin can approve from here. So by this we have completed 50% of the course. So what we have completed means authentication, layout, admin panel we have just started, and notifications. So from this we are going to work mostly on the doctor and user interfaces. So from the admin we'll be having the approval and blocking all the mechanisms, but the main thing is time slots and dates. and from the next section we'll be working on that. Thank you.